Hey boys, and welcome back to the stream. We're hopping into the upper bracket semifinals. It's gonna be the second part of the playoffs, and hopefully you're having a good time because we're gonna hop back into this craziness, this madness, everything that's been going on. I've been off for a little while, but coming back to this portion of the matches is gonna be one of the greatest things ever, of course, because you can see everything right here. So Sampi did win their counterparts against Verdant, and that leads them into a point where they had to go against Aurora Young, who actually won their games against Anonimo. Both of those teams did drop to the lower bracket. Meanwhile, Sampi and Aurora, well, they will be having a good time here. And this will be a match to watch. So welcome to the stream. Hope for you having a good time, as we are going to be starting in about a second. So you can actually see Sampi's lineup right over here. It's the same old, same old. Meanwhile, Aurora Young's lineup is something that is a little bit of a fresh bait for me, because I haven't been actually casting their games that much. So it is going to be Blixie, Blue-White, will be Grex, and Miguse. My goose? Your goose. Everybody's goose. I'm not entirely how big of a goose it is. But yeah. The maps that we're going to be heading into, well, after Nuke and Vertigo getting banned, it's going to be Inferno and Ancient, which is going to be a banger of a setup. Our youngsters, they want to start off with a claustrophobic map. Meanwhile, Sampi, we have seen them on Ancient before. A good team over there. Meanwhile, rest of the maps that got banned were Dust 2 and Anubis. And if we need a decider, that's going to be happening on Mirage, which is going to be a banger. So, I have a feeling that Mirage is going to be... That was bright. Mirage is going to be one of those maps that, well, because everybody knows it, everybody has played it, it's a bit of a 50-50 for me, but for this whole matchup at the moment, I'm a little bit up in the air. Aurora Youngsters is a team that I've been seeing grinding the scene from the rear for a little while. The problem is that I haven't really seen them going head-to-head with Sampi, trying to get that stat up at the moment. Yeah, the last time that they have played together, it's been 3 times. Every single time, Aurora Youngsters, they destroyed them 6-0 so far. So it's going to be, for example, from the last best of 3, 13-7 and 13-8. The question is, did Sampi learn something? We're about to get an answer to that question in about a second, as we're going to be hopping into the live. So guys, I'm just clapping here by myself, but welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time, as we are going to be starting with the madness. And this means that Sampi, they get to start on the CT side. Meanwhile, are you Aurora Youngblood? Aurora Youngblood. Well, I'm just gonna call them Aurora. They will be executing here on the T side. P250 is equipped for Blixie. This is going to be the close quarter fight. Dino comes out with the first one. That's gonna be Savannah with you. Now, wait a minute. This is a nice cleanup on aisle number 4. As every single player trying to push in from short will be taken down. And the short explosion towards A side didn't quite work out. But at least they tried. Hey, yo. Why you say it's American time? I went off the street. No, I didn't say it's American time. I called you American. Americans think that Europe has one time code. This isn't a country. Well, yeah. All right. Okay, it's cool. It's cool. Schematic. I'm just kidding, though. But yeah, we do have different time codes. All right. Utility being spent on the CT side. You can see the bust of Isaac right there. Meanwhile, it seems like our Youngblood, I'm not entirely sure if there's a technical at the moment or if this is a existence timeout. Could be, as one of the players is playing a very good song at the moment. The other player is just trying to maybe hunt a kill. Zetko will be the one to try to push in. Gets dinked in the face by that Glove. And meanwhile, rest of the players just trying to catch. Wait a minute, they're starting to do some damage. The problem, of course, is you need like 27 headshots from a Glock at this point. From this range. And Blue-White is not going to jug that nade. Vino catches a bit of a headshot. This could be a hit to their confidence. There's a couple of players getting kind of tagged here. So, these are the early rounds. They're not supposed to be that hypey. There's supposed to be that little icebreaker until we get to the round number 3 madness, as we are going to see that bye. And by the way, I'm good. Thank you, everybody. I'm good. Let's focus on the matches, boys. Hopefully everybody's having a good time in the chat. Yeah! We're getting closer to October. This will be the first portion of that utility being used. This time around, it seems like Aurora Young, they're not going to go for that quick mid control. Understanding that Sampi might want to go for the utility dump. We just see a little bit of utility from Banana. Basically nothing else. They're saving most of the nades, but they are going to be used a little bit too preemptively towards the A side apps. Not really hitting anybody. Beautiful timing on Wilby and Blixie. Trying to go for that information towards Banana. I'm not entirely sure why one of the players was jumping, but that's going to be a double towards the B side. Losing a couple of players like that already tips the scales harshly towards the side of Aurora. And just looking what they're doing at the moment, they're even choosing the right side. A side is basically clear at the moment. There's only a player towards long, and that's going to be Among Us. If he gets traded, that's the story done. That's the first round for them. Full push coming out. Wait a minute, a triple kill from this man. MP9 coming out clutch. There definitely is a chance at the moment for Sampi. Bringing it back from a 5-on-3 to a 3 versus 2. What a beautiful execution from that MP9. Now the full the rotation is here. And that's going to be the second kill. Gets a quick trade to Griggs' first kill. That's going to be Miguez trying to pull it back. But the problem is, no, it's not going to work out. Mungus. What a play from the boy. A highlight worthy of a play. And that's exactly how you pull it back. Of course, this is early rounds, but that has to count for something. There we go. Usually we like to talk about the fact that you have to be ready for a trade kill if you lose a teammate. For example, it's basically normal you trying to enter with your enter player. If he goes down, you have a trade immediately afterwards. This time around, it wasn't about the trade. It was about the defense. Losing 3 players like that, that is just crazy. And it seems like Aurora Youngblood, they had the players set up on that spot. I think one of the players didn't have a weapon on his hands. Deagle almost catches the face of Fino. We're starting to see some of these shots pop up very close. Amiguis! Oi, amiguis! It's getting a little bit closer from A-Apps. It's going to be the utility dump from Pet. Middle being opened up. And a couple of shots coming again. That's just Rex trying to keep this alive. Early Molotovs being used. That's going to be the well-placed smoke. Good timing with that. To try to maximize the time that they have to play around it. Meanwhile, Buller had a visitor just a second ago, but he's going to be backing off. E-Live, well, he's just holding and waiting and holding. And thinking about the opportunities, the chances. What could they go for? This is just going to be an A-side pop, especially with the bomb being already committed towards the side. We can't really see any utility, so this is just going to be raw. Everything we're going to see is going to be up to timing. Miguez, the only thing he has to do is just find that perfect timing. When his teammates actually push out from long, he can't go first. That's just going to be a sacrifice, but look at this. Already so close to the site. That's going to be the first Deagle shot towards the face, and they know there's a player behind that back box. And Elive, he has to play time for his teammate. Fino coming up with a double, and that's going to be the triple to shut it down. Sampi, another well-placed round, and I have to say, even if Aurora Youngblood, they only got a kill from that round, that could have been very bad. Here we go. Another buy round coming in from Aurora. And this is usually the tipping point, especially if you're on the CT side. If you can take care of this round, it means that the control stays with you. Aurora Youngblood, if they win this one, That's where it can be turned around very easily, as the economy isn't perfect for the side of Sampi. A couple of players actually stacked up with a lot of money. But just a well-placed win here with the second one in a row, and that's going to be the problem for the CT side. It's very expensive over there. And this is just the players getting into a little bit of a better place, trying to stack up that B side push. We already saw a round where they basically opened up the banana. I'm gonna almost say for free. They basically didn't almost even see any utility being spent on that one. But it was Mongos on that beautiful triple to actually pull it back. So the round did go the way of Aurora. It's gonna be Griggs with that op, just holding down his spots here. Just the first line of the utility. Beautiful execution coming out from Elive, dropping down Miguis. It's gonna be the flash for long as well in about a second, if he's gonna use that, as Mangus coming out with his own Aurora. They're starting to bleed out players at the moment, and this is a little bit of a problem. Long peaks coming out. That's gonna be Blixie still not finding a kill, and a well-placed hole coming in from the backside. Mangus again with a triple. Can he actually shut it down with a USB? Of course he can. That's the Opera being taken care of, and a simple man drops everybody. Timeout music will be ringing in the background. And this is starting to turn into a very one-sided game here. Of course, we're still at the start, not the end of the world. Said that Sampi so far has had a couple of very good red rounds here. A little bit of a blumber on banana, but after that, it's been all clear sailings. Deeper nade. That's Wilby and Blix, both of them taking a lot of damage. That second line of the nade is gonna be beautiful in Zetko's position. Oh, this is gonna be a bad one. Neither of the players even actually thinking about that there could be a setup. Even if they open up B-side, the problem is Zetko is behind the backlines already. He even senses the fifth player. Oh my god, this could be the clutch by him. Always taking care of the player from the backlines. I think that was the bomb. Savannah being taken down from the side. Oh, this should be the situation from Sampi where they have to be holding. The problem is they're starting to feed out the machine. And Zetko smokes himself off. He has a bomb. And a minute left on the clock. Miguis even on alert. They have to be careful of him now. Sampi may be going for a little bit of a wrong read here at the same time as they're doing a ridiculously good play. It's one of the teammates being just harassed. And Mangus, he has destruction. Ruins is on his control. That's going to be Blixie with the misshot from that off. Zetko on that corner. And they have to hunt out for the player. Mangus takes one more. And that is going to be Griggs left in an almost impossible situation with both players from both sides. And Mangus, oh, he's been the star of this game. I have to say, Zetko, I was ready for more. The only thing he needed is to just drop that bomb from the back line. They actually even walk against him in a smokes. They think that's the half wall. They ignore it. And back in the days, you could actually see inside the smokes as long as you're close enough. But this time around, this doesn't work. Ooh, that's harsh. That is just a bad spot to be in. That is Griggs already at the start of the round, a little bit closer from middle. Be the one to take out that first peek. Beautiful entry. That's Fino. Kind of sleeping on his wheel a little bit, but that's a very good peek coming out of Griggs. Meanwhile, towards Banana, we're going to see a similar one. Oh, that jump kind of busted him. Zetko, with the perfect timing, goes for the swing, wins the fight against Blixie. But short seems to be the answer at the moment. You can see the full rotation coming out of Sampi at this point. Even a player spotted from the backline. Magnus with the same position tries to go for the double, but the problem is he gets traded. That's a little bit damaged for Greg, so this retake could actually be possible at the moment. We're getting a little bit closer to these rounds right now. Aurora with a couple of issues here and there, but the problem for the side of them, even if they win this one, this is just going to be another buy from Sampi, but the bomb will be planted. The question is, how many weapons can they take away? Already inside the site, a player coming through. That is going to be the first line of the AKs working out. Elive gets one, but it's going to be Miguez with a double hold at the end to at least secure them around. It's just one, though. This is tough. Tactical pass from the side of Sampi. They know exactly what that round means. As long as they can fix it at the start, the better. Then there's the question about the economy. This is exactly what we was talking about. Even if they have 6 rounds in a row, CT side is just hell at this point. You might be winning with a perfect score, but just a loss of a round, and that's basically an eco at that point. Aurora. They know they can break the defense right now, but the problem is if Sampi, a well-placed round right here. Oh god, that wasn't that far away. Vino almost finding himself a little bit of a timing there. Lixi gets that first kill. That's gonna be Savannah with the trade. Blue, white, and Grix with a kill. And this round seems to be going the way of Aurora. Only with Magnus left in the pit. Now the question is, what side do they want to hit? We've already seen a triple from him. That could be the 1-to-1 that Savannah is looking for. That's the pit hold from Mangus. As long as he holds this down, it's going to be a bad timing. Mangus only gets that one. That's going to be Grix with a quick trade. 3 players on the side. One of them is a little bit low in HP at the moment. Savannah, if he could actually pull it back to a 2 versus 1, this could be doable. But the problem is he doesn't have that much HP to play around with. This is a harsh spot to be at. The wood has a funny effect at the moment. Terrorists win. Here we go. So, utility spam at the start. It's not going to land on the players. This is exactly what we're talking about. Aurora. When they can pull those rounds back, that immediately sets Sampi on a bit of a save here. Well, they're still going to go for a buy, sending that one weapon. Wait a minute, Blitz actually comes up with a nice kill on the Savannah. It's a good opener. Wasn't the opera that they were hunting for, but it's okay. Utility will be spent. That's going to be blue-white pushing in from the long. Just look at the timing. Spotting one of the players with a back turn against him. And a quick peek coming in for the site. That's going to be the execution on Elive. And blue-white The control falls for the side of Aurora. And that's an extra round on the board. Now, as we are going to be seeing a save, to be honest, in my opinion, they should just hunt for the weapons, especially with that op being alive. That might be the little leeway that they're looking for. It's 3 rounds on the board. Zetko getting spotted. That's the utility to try to play time for himself. Okay. Gets a very nice kill on the blue-white, but Rix drops down Fino. That's got to be the opera taken care of already. And inside the smoke, Zetko is just trying to look for a chance. And, well, that was it. A missed shot. And Sampi. Only a lead of 3 rounds. In a way, that sounds a little bit crazy. To be honest, 6 on your enemy's map pick at the first half is a very good start. And there's 3 rounds to be played for, so they can actually pull this into a 9 if they want to. Or if they can. Sometimes it's not about will. It's about skill. Meanwhile, for Aurora, well, they definitely can pull back very nice half here. Here we go. Often around. That's gonna be a utility being spent at the start. For a round like this, Sampi, they might want to start to do some actions. We have seen them being, well, in the middle. Not that much aggression, but not fully. It's gonna be the utility spent already for long and short to make sure that they have the full control from middle. And just looking at the positions at the moment, they might actually start to pull this bomb towards that B side, and that's exactly what they're doing. Even a rotation coming in from that CT side. Sampi. This is gonna be the first pick. Blixie. The only thing he has to hit ahead. A 3-man hold towards the side. This could actually work out for the side of the CT's. Utility will be spot. That's the Molotov for the full execution. Savannah comes out with a double. Blixie does get the kill, but it's a little bit too late. And Zetko even steps in with 1. The pop flash being used, and Blixie just getting a little bit closer to the side. He has to be careful of that smoke. Of course, he doesn't check it. That's Eli with the second one as well. A double for him. I think that was a double for Savannah. And a very nice working round for the side of Sampi. Gaining their 7th. And Aurora still on their 3rd round here. Okay. We are starting to gain a bit of a T side. But Sampi steps into it immediately. Amazing to see that they still have that kick. And this is still Aurora's own young map pick. If it's looking like this, I have to say that Ancient could be a little bit of a show. The last time that they played Ancient, it was 13-7 for Aurora. Inferno 13-8. So we're literally getting more of a match here at the moment. Nothing that crazy though. Of course, Mangus going a little bit ballistic for a couple of rounds, but I have to say, all in all, it's been a very careful play from the side of Sampi. Early kill coming out of Fino, dropping down blue-white. That will be the second pick coming in towards the short. None of the players really budging into it. That's going to be the molly to actually disperse the push. And they're not going to go for the A-side flank yet. So, Eli will be holding down that long angles. If he times this perfectly, oh, he can't come out with a kill. That's going to be Griggs with a kill onto Fino. Blixie gets the Lurker, but Zetko holds down to the side. That's going to be Magnus with his own. Through the smoke goes Zetko, but it's going to be Miguais. Ready for that swing to happen. The problem is both of the players very low in HP, and that's going to be Savannah. Left in a 1 versus 2. A player in from the pit. Another one from the site. He has to try to take care of this push the best way he can. Miguais. Miguse. The only thing he needs is a bullet. A 5th round still available here. And then, to be honest, it's not that bad. It's a little bit of a bad start. But as long as you can swing the ending, everything is okay. Early nade. Very deep into middle. And that's just going to be Blixie taking just a bit of damage from it. Nothing else. Meanwhile, looking at Sampi's buy. This is what the CT economy looks like. Couple MP9s, couple rifles. That's the only thing they have. Just a little bit of utility to play around with to try to block that middle. That could actually work out for them. A nade to open it up. The problem is it doesn't quite land the right way, but Blue-White still goes through the smoke. Finds that long catch. There's gonna be Pheno to be dropped. Meanwhile, Mangus gets the first one. He turns just a little bit too early for the short push. And that was the traitor to drop him down. Perfect timing. And Sampi left with a man disadvantage on the last round, and they have to go for the retake here. There's nothing to be saved. Blixie will be taking care of Elive. And Savannah with Zetko. Both of the players just looking for an angle to get in. They need to get these kills first. A 2-man down retake is always going to be a harsh one. And a % left in a prediction. Oh, the AI going crazy at the moment. And Zetko getting just a little bit closer here. Could he actually do it? This could be the first swing. Oh, it's not going to work out. He does. I think I saw a spark, but the problem is not from a headshot. Grix tries to push in from short at the perfect time, but it's really not going to work out. Savannah goes down, and that's going to be the 5th round for Aurora. And to be honest, whatever happened before, at the moment it kind of gets reset. Aurora, this isn't that bad of a situation to be at as long as they have a CT side. It's, well, this is actually very doable for them. That's just a harsh situation to be at. Let's go. A nice camera pan towards the ruins. Just to make sure that we see the scenery. That's a quick catch at the start. 2 HP's been left for Blixie. Oh, he's a little bit disoriented at the moment. Not entirely understanding what really happened. What took place just a second ago. That armor is absolutely useless at this point. And the duel is, well, I have to say he has to go absolutely ballistic to try to do anything on his round. That's going to be the double nades being used. The idea was good, but they kind of missed in the air. That's going to be Blue-White to get that kill. And through the smoke they go. Oh, it's going to be the perfect defense. Basically, Zetko coming up with a double, but the problem is Blixie steps in at the perfect timing. Does get actually 2 with only 2 HP. And Aurora, they're just a round away. This is exactly what I was talking about. 5 rounds against 7. To be honest, at the end of the day, not that bad. And now, if they could just lock this in, that could be the tie that they're looking for. And from that, there on forwards, it's just going to be smooth sailings. And looking at the buy from the side of Sampi, they're not going to go for the force. So it's just going to be the Glocks. Glovky Glovks. Let's go. That's got to be the early spot. It's spotting one on a cross. A couple of tags coming in. Oh, Grix is not having a good time at the moment. He could be taken down, but teammate is stepping in to help. That's going to be blue-white. Everybody understands that those blocks won't drill or penetrate the wall, so the only thing Grix has to do is just hide. Actually goes for a kill in that timing. And there it is. Blixie finds the likes of Zetko. And here we are. Ooh, we can actually see even through the map. I like that. That is going to be the buy round coming out of Sampi. A 5-man AK setup. We can just hear all the noises. Middle push seems to be the way to go. Utility being spent over here. And you can just see the rotation coming out. They're not going to go through that banana smoke. It is going to be a full call for a A-side defense. This is a very good call coming out of Aurora at the moment, especially with the players this deep. Not a single CT side player has actually shown their cards yet, so this could be Sampi just walking into a full stack if they decide to go with the whole full hold here, especially with that Molotov from Banana. That could be the way to actually pull them back a little bit closer and just look at the hold coming in. I'm not entirely sure why Migoose decided to drop that weapon, but it gets converted into a 3 versus 3. This isn't actually a good situation for neither of the teams, depending on the actions, and it seems like they're pulling back and going for that B play. Backside from the new box, it's got to be Savannah with that first step. Utility being spent towards the CT cross. That's Miguis trying to burn the push. That's Blixie behind the new box. A beautiful flash, and the timing is going to be perfect. He spots nobody. Getting a little bit closer towards the box. Goes for the swing. Gets taken down immediately. Someone with a beautiful shot there. That is going to be the trades even coming through the smoke. Bilby actually did get one. That's going to be the... Miguis brings it back to a 1 versus 1. Fino very close to that angle. At the moment, he's just crouching Fino with 5 HP. The only thing he has to do is get that thing, but the problem is 1 HP. Oh, God. It gets so close. 1 HP. After that dink. I don't think I've ever seen a clutch attempt come that close. Maybe with the bomb timer or something like that, but that came very close. Literally a headshot from that distance. Of course, he has an M4. If he had an AK, that could have been a clutch. Yeah, I actually was scratching my head just a second ago. Oh, God. Early utility for mid. Trying to go for that a little bit deeper. Secondly made. Clips the wall just a little bit. Saves the players from that damage. Most of the players just bunkering in here. They're just holding middle. Making sure that nobody's going to go for that quick play. Anybody who wants to go for the peaks here. They're not going to have a fantastic time. And this will be Eli just pushing him from long at the moment. Most of the players just holding down the sights at this point. This is Wilby. Readying in for those utilities to be spent from the right side of that smoke. I'm not entirely sure if Wilby actually spotted one of the players. Eli has to be a little bit careful there. And that's the push coming in through. Oh, God. Goes for a little bit too much at that point. That's going to be Blue Eye with a kill onto Eli. Maybe just trolling this a little bit. Meanwhile, from the library, it's going to be Savannah. To drop down Blue White towards the wine room. And B side, only with a player left, Blixie. If he could drop the right player at the right time, this could be their round easily. But at the same time, if they actually find this, A 2 versus 3 retake towards the B side is not going to be a fun one, especially with the player pushing in from banana. And look at this. Blixie spotting one in across, trying to drop the bomb. He gets the kill. Magnus does get the drop on towards the banana player. And meanwhile, perfect timing from Grix. And this will be Magnus left alone with 7 seconds. And sorry, with a second, I think at that point. It's done. Let go. That's a ridiculous round. But it works out for the side of Aurora. Still keeping this tied. And there's a little bit of a known saying, as long as you can tie it up, it means that you can actually even take the lead. And this could be the way to grind down the enemy. So you can buy in again and again and again. Just looking in the buy for the side of Sampi. You can't really forget about these weapons. These clocks, these Tech 9s, they were crazy, like you can see. Rigs already being taken care of. That's going to be leaving both of the players towards the site. They have a double hold at the moment. One player just focusing on towards the long players. Meanwhile, that's going to be the second player to focus on short. They're actually going to go for the crossfire setup. This is going to be a good one. So as long as they take care of the full push. Nice first double kills coming in from Wilby and Blue-White. That is going to be Wilby with the second one as well. And this A-side explosion just quite didn't land the right way. This is going to be a tough one. They need to go for these raw picks. And Magnus is trying to pull up that pit player. But Blue-White plays it perfectly. Meanwhile, Blixie comes out with his kill. There's the player on the apps, and that's going to be the round. 9 on the board. And slowly but surely, Aurora is starting to pull back their map pick. This was a very good start from the side of Sampi. But the problem with good starts is that the ending looks horrible if you can't pull it back in. If you can't reel it. Only a round win so far. There was a couple of rounds coming very close in a way, so I have to say this isn't fully one-sided half at the moment. The numbers can lie a little bit. It's the utility being spent for middle a little bit too preemptively, I think. Mangus comes up with a second kill. He's almost actually making this a double. Mangus! What a beast today. What a beautiful start from the man. Almost doubling that one up. Will be left with 4 HP. Just to be a little bit careful. Meanwhile, Savannah taking a little bit damage. Nobody actually heard that drop, so if they decided to go for the silent drop, that the equivalent of that drop is the same. And this seems to be a bit of a head scratcher at the moment, as neither of the sides. No idea what to do. That's the molly being spent. Pulling back one of the players, trying to get a little bit too close to Banana. And it seems like they're finally stacking in towards this A-side play. That is Savannah leading the lines with just 7 HP. Or 3, sorry. Even less. And he's just flicking around at the moment. Trying to look for a perfect push here. This will be the wraparound from long. With just 15 seconds left on execution. That's going to be the smoke. To try to cover up the play towards the side. Close angle. One of the players coming out with a double. Almost makes it a trick pull. Wilby with low HP actually makes this a doable round at the moment. But Blixie left in towards the pit. He has to swing into the action. That's going to be a weapon pulled out from Zetko. And the bomb actually gets planted. That's a good round for Sampi in a way. Looking at the point where they were. The problem is they didn't get the kills needed for that execution to work out. Off we go. That is the way it goes. 10 on the board, Aurora. Ooh, that was a good time. And Setko was even ready for the second one. A crazy attempt for that entry to work out. The player from Aurora just getting away from that situation. Meanwhile, smokes and molly's been used. A little bit closer towards the banana they go. That's going to be the ball flash beam. Setko! What an entry. That's going to be Blixie, at least with the trade on the opposite side of the map. But Mangus comes up with a second one. That's going to be the full A side lost. And Aurora, they have a tough decision to make. They're not going to go for the retake anymore. But the bomb has been left so deep in towards the pit. Wait a minute. If they could actually sense what's going on at the moment. Of course they're not. They're just wondering what's taking that long at the moment. So this is not going to be Aurora making a crazy play here. They are going to be defaulting this round. The bomb will be planted, and it was one of the longest runs that I've seen on this game so far. Feels almost like a marathon. So 3 weapons safe for the next round. Looking at the economy at the moment. 2.2k for Wilby and Grix. It's not going to be a lot of money, but Mikuis with Blixie, they can actually drop the weapons, so they can go for a full setup. To be honest, we can't even see an op in the server in about a second. We haven't seen that much scope action coming in from the side of Aurora. And I was kind of wishing for that, just a little bit more. Of course, on a previous round, on this round, we just saw him getting blinded from short. Absolutely pushed, wrecked from that AK. Timing perfect. Flash perfect. And to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised. That is a very known flash. For him to be played that way. To be honest, when you hear that click, you should already have that feeling that, oh, I'm about to get swung into. But it is what it is. Up we go, that's the deeper nade. It's the side from Sampi to take a little bit damage at the start. There we go, a couple of shots through the smoke, not really finding anything. Making sure that if they want to go for the middle play, at least it's going to be contested. Meanwhile, the idea of that is just to burn a little bit time off the clock. And just looking at it, this at the moment, the perfect utility is coming out from the CT defense. B side is spending their time well. There's going to be a little bit of a deeper nade too. Ooh. Yep, that happened. Enjoy it. Even a Molotov. I have to say, Blixie is using utility very well at the moment. He's even hearing the tags coming out of that molly. Oh god, Sampi. They haven't even seen an enemy so far. And already they have been naded and actually spotted at the same time. It's a lot of utility plays coming out of Aurora, leaving just with 35 seconds. And they have been herded towards long. Just like sheeps at this point. That's going to be the Opper getting ready. Grix, he needs to hit this one. This time around, it's going to be the smoke to try to fend him off. But it's not going to land the right way. It's going to be the smoke towards the library. And this full push is coming from short. Grix, he feels this. Flash coming in. The second one as well. Gets one behind the box. Oh, the play is going to be perfect. Wilby helps out with one. He gets taken down, but Wilby is still alive. Goes for the triple. And that's going to be the A side to be held. Oh god, Wilby. Why did the camera change? Oh god. What a hold. I have to say Grix went for a little bit of a nutty play. You don't have to push in from long like that. You can actually hold it in from that spot. But the beautiful angle from the backside of that box. Oh. Aurora is ready for everything. I'm not a fan of the Oppers getting that close, but if it works, hey, who's the one to blame them? I'm not. Let's go. Willoughby with a 4K to absolutely shut it down. Even actually changing weapons. That wasn't even the good rifle. That was the bad rifle. That was the Frenchie coming in play. Here we go. That is Zetko. Dropping down Blixie at the start, trying to go for that first pick. That is Migusa. Inside that smoke, kind of being harassed. Look at the amount of damage being done already. That's a lot of the HP being taken away from the side of Sampi. Most of the CT side making noise to rotate. I think that is Mangus. You can hear some of those rotations coming out. And that's going to be the call for Aurora to understand that either the side is open still, or they are going to be pulled back. Look at how they're playing this so well at the moment, Aurora. They don't know that A side is fully open at the moment, but there is a cross coming in from long. The players are getting a little bit closer. Durex actually gets that kill. Wilby doesn't get behind the side. That's a little bit of a problem for him, but blue-white, perfect timing to actually catch one. And that will be the push coming out along Zetko. With a tail tucked behind his legs, or between his legs. He will be trying to get away from this angle. He's very low on HP. Every single player is very low at the moment. And blue-white getting a little bit closer from the short. This could be the key to open up the side, especially with a couple of players getting a little bit closer. That's going to be the smoke to try to fend off his teammate, Zetko. Left in a spot where he has to hold, but the only thing he needs is that first kill. The push coming out from the apps. He doesn't even get the shot. Blue-white gets the second one. They're on the bomb already. Is this going to be the retake that we're going to see? Of course not. Zetko. Wait a minute. Did Griggs run away? Wasn't there time? I'm not entirely sure what happened. Did Griggs just say bye? Was there time? There was time. Griggs. What are you doing? You literally just had to point the scope to the apps. What you doing, my brother? Oh, no. A way to sell his teammates. 150, that could have been the 12th round on the board. I'm not entirely sure if they're yelling at them at the moment, but that's not good. Oh, my God. He had the perfect spot with that op, too. I'm not entirely sure what to say from that. That's not just a bit of a mistake. That's a huge mistake from Griggs on this round. But, hey, it happens. Brain farts. Quick push. Early kill for Blixie. That will be Griggs trying to salvage that round from the previous one. And, of course, Sampi starts this out with a beautiful kill. And this is going to be a bit of a tough one in a way. This could have been 12 on a board this time around. It could actually be Sampi pulling this back into a tie. Oh, the timing out of that corner push is good, but the problem is they reacted very, very, very quickly. Eli even gets taken care of. And this is just Aurora at the moment just melting away. No money. And this could be that one little situation, that little mistake on that bomb defuse. Nobody holding it down. I am not entirely sure what to say. That's a tough spot to be at. The bomb will definitely go off this time around. This will be the buy coming out of Aurora, and it's not going to be pretty. I'm going to tell you that right now. Looking at the amount of rounds that they have in the lost bonus, it's not going to be a lot of money. 1,900 bucks for a couple of players. And the question is are they just going to go for the full duel for the win, or is this going to be the save to try to pull this into an overtime? Both of them. A possibility. So here we go. Looking at the buy, they're not gonna actually go for anything. Yeah, they're just gonna save for the last matchup. Try to make it happen with these rifles that they have. It is going to be one of them set up in towards the banana. The second one towards a site. Let's see if they can actually grab around like this. That could be insane. That's gonna be blue-white jump actually boosted on top. I'm not entirely sure if his set go spotted him, but he has the right idea. With nade behind it. Being spent. Nice timing on that peak. Getting actually fully busted at the moment. Tries to get away from that angle. And it seems like blue-white movement is enough for the next day. That is Grix from Boiler. He could actually be a sword here. A defensive sword. There's a player pushing and holding just that middle hold. They're actually rotating towards this B side play. Still left with one. Mangus. Oh god, both of the players actually turning, rotating here at the perfect timing. That is a good kill from Mangus. A push coming in from long. USB actually tags down one. It's going to be the swing coming in from the side of the CT cross. Migus does actually get one. At least one on his belt. But the problem is they're so low in HP. B side doesn't even have the full rotations yet. And Wilby actually comes out with a USB. Drops one more. Pillar fight. Goes a little bit south, but it works out for Savannah. And everything will be checked. And a push coming in from the back lines. That's going to be the one kill on one of the players. Oh, behind the fountain. That's a good... That could have been actually Miguis just winning it by that timing. Sampi. Getting a little bit too close in this round, but they got the bomb down. This is going to be Grix attempting the retake. Trying to fix the mistakes from the earlier round. Spawning down the player from New Box. And this will be the call coming out of Zetko. That the player has been spotted close to this, that cross. And it's just going to be a save for this round. They're not even going to go for the attempt. Op will be preserved for the next round. And this will be Aurora giving back the lead after that start. A beautiful comeback so far. And then just the melting at the end. 12 on the board for Sampi. And they know it. Only one more round and it's done. That's a tough one. Off to a new round we go again. So. Early op shot, not really hitting anything, just a warning shot in a way. That's gonna be Savannah being burned down alive. Okay, Miguis with Elixir. The double mollies work. Utility works out for one. Could this be Aurora actually bringing this to an overtime? After fighting so much, to be honest, on an overtime, they can't just reset the whole situation. Forget what happened. That will be the molly being used at the apps. Will be. Holding on to his own at the moment. Angus could be walking into this crosser right now. Oh, the timing is a little bit off there. It's okay, it's okay. Inside the smokes, that's gonna be the kill needed. Blue-white actually comes out with a kill. And being spotted. Gets that information from the apps. Maybe stays into that short just a little bit too long. You can actually throw that utility from the side as well. That's a little bit too much in a way. At the open like that, just giving them a chance to pull it back. But it is a 2 versus 4. They need to be excellent on these executions right now. Especially with the bomb being rotated towards the banana. I'm not entirely sure if it's just trying to get some information right now. But this is just harsh. E-Live actually gets the kill on the Miguis. This could be the fake that they're looking for. But no, this opens up the full B side. They're just going to go for it. This is just going to be them cheating in. And if they're not ready in the cross, that Opera could actually come up with the second one. E-Live. Is he ready for the swing? Goes off for the information. Drops this to a 2 versus 2. This is exactly what I was talking about Blixie. At the perfect timing, at least drops one in the cross. And the time is up. Sampi. They default into an overtime. Oh, that is crazy. Now, this is the problem. At this point, it doesn't even matter how well you played before. Everything gets reset. And from now on... it is them playing for a normal match. Of course, less rounds on the board, but at the end of the day, it's basically the same thing. You still have to play, you still have to fight. So, try to make it your best. Because you're simply the best. And off we go. So, overtime. First round of it. And here we go. Gonna be Grix from Abs just holding down anybody who wants to jump in towards the balcony. That will be the first kill. Dropping down E live. And middle will be still held. Just a slow round. A minute being played already. That's Sampi. Still looking. For a way in. And it seems like they want to go for the B-side pop here. And this is them just getting a little bit closer. Double holds coming out. This is still Blixie playing it from the double box. That's the first peek. Perfect timing of that one. Migus just comes out with a double. Blixie with that first flash actually finds one. Ends up with one as well. And that's the way to lock it in. And another round. That's going to be the 13th. And finally they get their lead. That's the pop flash. Defending utility will be spent at the start. And Fino with that op just trained in. Anybody who wants to go for a peek here? Has been spent at the start. That's the catch coming in from Abs. Oh, it quite misses Grix. Not having the best day today. He still has a plus score in a way. And this will be... and here we go. A hold coming in from the side. That's going to be the triple hold. Anybody who wants to go for it. "30 seconds left on the clock. This is just going to be a tough one. Chew. Arch. This is still B-side players trying to activate. That's gonna be Blixie with only one. Magnus actually comes out with a kill. And Zetko, that's a beautiful pop to the head. Blixie. Oh, God. B-side lost, and Sampi actually getting around here. And here we go. Getting tied up like this leaves us with just a round on a table to be played off. And everything is actually up for the grabs. CT side hasn't been perfect so far. That's a very good swing. I have to say, the arch play works out for the side of Sampi well on that situation. Maybe Aurora giving them a little bit too much space towards the long to go for that execution there. Here we go. This is just going to be a tough one. Utility to be spent at the start. That's going to be for Banana. Anybody who wants to go for the quick push. That's going to be a carpet full of mollies. Nice catch coming in. Grex. He's just giving out these. I have to say, today has been a little bit of a tough start for him. Will be on that cross. Could be actually challenging for that first angle. Magnus is very aware of it. On top of that molly, he just gets taken down. Gets that double entry, does his work, and it's done. Meanwhile, Blue White actually through the smoke. Oh, he's going to be playing this perfectly if he catches his timing. That is the problem for the full team. The first kill goes for the second one. It's a little bit of a long spray, but it doesn't matter. He brings it back to Chew versus Chew. Still very doable. That's got to be the smoke for long. Utility being spent for short. And the E-Live is going to be planting that bomb very deep inside the site. That's going to be the smoke. A second one to try to catch just a little bit of a better timing. Did I know that there's a player on top of the graveyard? From that fence, that is going to be the key position for Savannah to try to lock it down. Already pushing in. One of the players being taken down. E-Live takes out the second one. That's 2 rounds on overtime for Sampi. Beautiful job. Oh, that spray is just almost a little bit off. Sometimes you want to control it. That could have actually been almost the 3K for him. Both of the players getting just absolutely wrecked by that bomb. But of course, doesn't matter at this point. We are hopping in to another half. And this is it. Only with a round on the table. Aurora actually getting challenged on their own mapping. I was actually very sure that after we were going to be hopping into overtime, this is just going to be a smooth sailing for Aurora Youngblood. But now that I'm looking at it, this is Sampi not just giving a F. They're just taking what's theirs. Smooth camera pans. And a timer already launched. 5 seconds left until we're starting with our new round here. And looking at the buy. Only one up in the server. That's going to be on Pheno. At the moment, how CS seems to be played. A lot of players on the T side don't really want to buy it. You can see it every now and then, but mostly it's usually just rifles. If it works with a scope, it works with a rifle. Good nade at the start. A lot of damage being done. To be honest, exchange works out for both of them. Goes for the quick flick. Meanwhile, he gets drilled down very low. That's going to be the utility for long as well. And just looking at this probable timing that we're about to see, they might want to go for that A-side full swing. That's a lot of players already stacked on towards the side. Aurora, they're not doing a lot to try to fake this one. That's the smoke being spent off. Beautiful execution coming in from Blixie. Just sneaking past that wall. Setko never actually goes for the little information. Absolutely gets wrecked on that CT cross. That's the full side lost. This should be the call coming out of Aurora right now. Don't go for the A-side executions. There's no reason to do it. Just pull that bomb towards the side, smoke off the cross, it's yours. 35 seconds left on the clock. Of course, they're going to leave a player to lurk around here. That's the Molotov 4. The coffins. Meanwhile, Molotov for the pass. At this point, it barely does anything. It does nothing. That nade almost takes care of Fino. That wasn't that far away. Will be 4 versus 5 retakes coming out, especially with an op here. A glass cannon. A fly that runs past him, it's going to be his death. 11 left. He's still trying to go for this one. It's got to be the high flash for the full pop-out. That's going to be the Molotov, but it doesn't quite land the right way. That's the problem. The time already ticked out. They don't have the time. It's done. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing on the side anymore. Okay. Well, I guess the frags are okay, because the bomb is definitely going to go off and just take care of the rest of the players. And that's just Migoose. Left alive for this round. Pad those stats. 14-14, a tie being found again. This game seems to be just getting stretched thinner and thinner at the moment. Could it actually be possible that we were going to be seeing Mirage today? Cross from second will be missed. That will be Serko trying to activate that nade. Catches him big time. Waiting for that flash to come in. Actually finds one of the players. Finds the second one, but through the smoke gets traded. Maybe sticks to it a little bit too long. That's actually a bit of a big mistake from a lot of players once they actually come out with those kills. They maybe stick around too long. That's a beautiful defense coming in from Magnus. Doesn't get it. Let himself getting trade. That could have been the entry that Aurora was looking for at 2 versus 4 at this point. This is definitely doable for Sampi. They could actually find a map point right now, right here. It depends if they can hold on to this one. Mikuis almost fails that jump. That's gotta be the smoke. Eli can't help out his teammates. Beautiful push from both of the players, not losing a single HP. But from the side behind the smoke, they know. The smoke will be tried to open up. They go for the attempt to try to open it up, but it just quite doesn't work out. Eli plays the smoke perfectly, even if he gets taken down by that clock. He leaves his teammate in a 1 versus 2 with 9 HP. That nade does almost enough damage. And that's Wilby. 3 kills under his belt. He needs an ace to try to lock this down, especially with the push coming in from the backlines. He has to be careful of the apps. He's not even gonna look for it. Sampi around on the board. They're a round away from a victory on their own enemies mapping. After this, we're hopping into Sampi's own mapping. I need to state that. I'm not entirely sure what's changed, but they look a hell of a lot better than from the previous games that they have had. Go for more. Flash for banana. Anybody who wants to hold on to that one is going to be full blind at that point. So I'm just looking at the setups at the moment. This is double hold. Works out for one, but Mangus comes out with a beautiful kill on the Mikois. They actually had another setup meanwhile. And this is not looking that good at the moment. A double push to a double setup. Sampi comes out victorious from that one. And it seems like this could be the last opportunity that they had. Aurora trying everything to catch these free picks. That's going to be the smoke for the cross. It's not going to actually pull out any players from the A side. So this is going to be a 2 versus 3 fight. Of course, for the B side, it's going to be a hard one to get in. Right now, Aurora, the only thing they're thinking about is trying to pull this back into a second overtime. Meanwhile, Sampi, they want to close this right now, right here. It's going to be the Molotov for the new box. It works out perfectly. Will be pushing both of the players from that angle, but nobody's on that swing. That's the problem. They use these utilities so well, but the problem is they don't actually go for the swings, but it doesn't matter. Wilby still gets the kill onto Savannah, and instead go left in a 1 versus 2. Oh god, he wins both of them. Left in a 1 versus 1 against Griggs, who's had a little bit of a tough time today. Gets his that first kill, gets dinked immediately. Oh, that smoke peels off at the worst possible time. He still doesn't hit the shots needed. Goes for the swing. It's done. Griggs. So many attempts. And I have to say, he's not had that good of a Inferno so far. Already giving one of those rounds away on that defense. The only thing he had to really do is just hold down to the balcony. Just make sure that that bomb gets defused. And we would have not seen an overtime. But it is what it is. Hey, Counter-Strike is a funny game. So, Sampi, congratulations on the first map win. Of course, Aurora coming this close of actually making it happen. Of course, behind that dark box, it just works out for a double, and that's how they make it happen. So, we are going to be hopping into a little town called Ancient, so an old ruin. And we'll take a little break after that. That's going to be Sampi's own map pick with 1-0 up. The question is, can they make it a 2-0? Let's see after the break. Hey, and welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time. We are heading right into Ancient. So, after a little bit of a disappointing loss for Aurora, Inferno quite didn't go their way. They went to an overtime and it just got a little bit too taxing for them. So we are hopping into a round like this, and hopefully we can get something great. Fino will be leading the team in towards that cave push, and then we'll be exploding into a side in about a second here. That's going to be Blixer with the first kill through that smoke. It's going to be Mangus with the quick trade. Migus actually comes up with a double. Savannah finds one, but Mangus with two at the end with Savannah's one, and they absolutely blast B-side. That's going to be the first round for them. And for them to think about 2-0 here, that's the best way to start it off. Not a bad start at all. Now more on to the question if they can actually keep this up. So, Inferno was a little bit of a mixed bag in a way. Of great rounds, great plays, and a couple of mistakes here and there. Early picks coming in towards the pit. Not quite working out. That's gonna be, well, rest of the team. They will be controlling this one without a hassle. And of course, that's got to be the early rounds for the side of Sampi. I'm starting to get a little bit more interested on how can they actually battle for the rest of the rounds here. As this is going to be a buy coming out of Aurora. And this is not supposed to be a map that they have no experience in. Of course, both of the teams very well versed on these picks. I'm on looking at the map percentage. Ancient is a 60% for Sampi, 57 for Aurora. Of course, Sampi has played it 20 times. That's gotta be 14 for Aurora. A side already being busted up. That's just going to be them pushing in. But now nobody actually contesting this. Fino grabs the first kill. That's gonna be the second one as well. And that's a little bit too sloppy from Blix. It took a little too while for him to react behind that box. And that's Savannah to drop down one, and even actually battling towards the last player. This is just Sampi running against these rounds, making it look very simple at the moment. And there we go. A full buy already being dismantled. Not even an issue in sight. That's a bit of a tough one. But we're hopping into a new one at least, so this will be Sampi given a chance to actually start to extend this lead. As long as they start to pull off some of these rounds, they don't go down for the pistols. This could be a very good start for them. Early kills coming in from Blixie. Catches one with that flash. That's going to be the full swing in towards middle. Dude, the numbers actually are playing for the side of Sampi, but they're getting a little bit challenged here. Scared off from that mid push. Aurora making this up. Well, looking round. Of course, this is a half five from them, and they were kind of waiting for the channels, maybe challenge this round, but it's being brought into a 2 versus 1 with blue-white without a weapon, so far away from that A plate. They can actually go for the bomb plant, but he's already at log. Getting a little bit closer towards the ruins. I'm not entirely sure if Sampi are ready for this one. Especially with the bomb being planted into that spot. He could actually take down Savannah from the cross. That's going to be the one kill needed. And that is the full push towards the side. But Fino takes care of it. No problems. And Sampi Even if they lose a couple of weapons here and there at the end of the day, what's the most important thing? Well, it's the rounds. They hold on to them. Great job on that round. We are hopping directly into another attempt. There we go. Blue-white. Off the edge of that smoke, trying to find his timing here. It's gonna be middle control. Basically only working with one. Blue-white tries to execute from that smoke, but it just doesn't work out. Sampi, it seems like they're ready for everything at this point. Every single attempt they're going for. Grix is just finally dropping one. Brings it to a 2 versus 2. Even if they win this round, it's just very expensive for them. But the push coming out. The flick is not on point. Not even close. Mangus takes care of the full retake attempt. That's just going to be a double for him. And Sampi, their logo already on fire. It feels like we just started the game and there's already 5 rounds on the board. Aurora. A melt this large hasn't been spotted since, I think, Chernobyl. This is just wild at this point. And here we go. So, another one on the board. I'm just looking at this. The tempo from Sampi has been ridiculous so far, but this time around, they're just gonna pull a 180. Play it slow. Reasoning to see what Aurora is gonna go for, especially with a half-buy like this. It's gonna be a Scout MP9. Rest of them pistols. Sampi always lost against Aurora on the previous last games. Not even winning a map. But it got progressively better. Just looking at the stats, 13-4 for the second game to be 13-7. For the last matchup was 13-8. And at the moment they already won a map. This could be the 2-0 that they were been looking for so long now. A double push coming in towards Donut. That will be one of the players being dropped. Savannah takes care of Miguse. Not entirely sure how to pronounce that. Savannah reloads that weapon at the perfect timing for Blue-White to step into that fight. But the MP9 actually comes out victorious. It's going to be a quick swap into an AK. Grix wins the fight against Mangus. That's going to be 2 players at the start being dropped. And Sampi left with a lot of work to do. B-side fully open, but there are players starting to get a little bit closer into it. Short already been pushed. Elive, I'm not entirely sure what he's doing at the moment, but he's not paying attention. That's going to be Fino with Zetko to drop it back to 2 versus 2. We already saw a round like this, but this time around, it's actually coming in from the B-side. Vilby, after Zetko's kill getting left alone, has a lot to do here. Goes for the double swing. It's not going to work out. That is Sampi with the 6th round on the board. And Temp just taking a little bit of a step back from the quick rounds at the start. Seems to be the one that works for them. Exactly what you want. Not even a timeout coming out. This could be the perfect timing for it. It feels like this map just swung out of control. Sampi. That will be the molly. That defense doesn't work out even for one. Set go. Absolutely nails Blix there. Already utility being spent a little bit deeper. And this is Fino. Just holding down the lines. Anybody who wants to go for more picks, it will be taken care of as well. Goose already found that out. And there we go. Look at this push. Another player. Wait a minute. Fino. He definitely spotted the player. I'm not entirely sure why he's sleeping at the moment, but that will be reactions coming in. Utility will be spent from the rest of the players, but still the lead kind of falls into the Aurora's bag in a way as they pull it back to 3 versus 3 and the HP actually plays for them. At the moment, that's gotta be the flash for long. Blue-white gets kind of turned away from that. The full execution coming. 7 has a beautiful angle at the moment, but he still gets actually fully nailed. A shot to the face. Blue-white actually comes out with 2. And that will be Zetko. Left in a just an impossible clutch. Especially after planting that bomb. At least they get the bomb down, but he's been spotted. And kind of hit at that point, so it's not going to be a fun time to try to clutch that one out. And here we go, tactical pause, and it's actually coming from the side of Sampi. Understanding that they lost a round in a little bit of a silly matter, they had the early lead, 2 kills at the start. Fino sleeping into the wheel just big time, giving a free kill for the side of Aurora. And this could be a very good spot for them to just talk about what's happening. Even if the rounds are going well, this could be the way for them to kind of get reoriented in a way. And make sure that they're going to keep this lead up. Meanwhile, Aurora, well, they might be talking about what's going wrong as well. Those early mid picks, holds, they're really not working out at the moment. Getting flashed off so many times, not even getting that one-to-one trade. It's a bit of a problem. Well, we just saw an NA smoke. A classic. Utility span in towards the lane. That's gonna be the window molly being used. Anybody who wants to go for the control for the CT side, they're not gonna have a happy time. You can actually throw that utility from T-spawn as well, so I'm not entirely sure why he went for the middle throw for it. That will be... Someone is just holding the right side of that smoke. Anybody who goes for that pick now. Seems like there's a crosser ready for it. Spotted the player towards long. That's Fino. Taking this chill. Aurora. In a bit of a tough spot at the moment. Fino just waiting for somebody to come in for this pick. He already spotted the 1. So if this is Aurora walking into that crosshair, that's going to be a problem. But that flash works out for a pick. Fino misses that timing. Meanwhile, it seems like more of the players are getting a little bit closer towards the B side. There's still a player just lurking in towards middle. They could do a lot with this one now. Blue-white. He will be flashed off from that spot. He hears the rotation. That's going to be 30 seconds left on the clock. And a full push is coming on towards that A. Actually, will be. Finds one in the cross. Rix gets the kill from Donut. Goes for the second one. That's going to be a hit. Sampi. They absolutely melt on this round. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong, because it seemed like they were getting prepared for that B-side execution. Maybe they spotted something wrong in a way. I'm not entirely sure what Fino is doing at the moment, but okay. Maybe they spotted something that they were not supposed to, that fakes out the A-side play, and Aurora, they were just ready for that rotation. Even from middle, that's going to be the early execute coming in. And that's a bit of a problem right now. It's not the start of the, not the end of the world, but mistakes like that can definitely lead into a spiral that we saw from the previous map. Just a couple of rounds here and there, and that could be the start of the end. we go. That's a molly being used for a pit. Couple of shots coming through. Not really hitting the target. That's gonna be Grix. Pulled off from his angle. Blue light. Oh, a dropped smoke. Doesn't really go the way he was looking for, but it smokes off the important part, I guess. Still the Glock looking in for a kill. That's going to be Savan and Fino. Only Mangus with that AK. Hero AK coming out for him. Not really finding the kill that was looking for. This is a safe round, of course, for Sampi, but they were hoping for something at the start. Oh, from that push, spotting a couple of players that nade. Oh, I thought it was going to do a little bit. The second one does. Blixie comes out with a double kill, but he gets traded immediately. 20 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a pulled out AK. Goes for the side peek. Mangus kind of loses his focus there as well, and will be. Drops the rest of the players. No plan for them. They tried at least. And here we go. The second time out. This time around, there's a very good reason for it. Aurora already winning 3 rounds in a row. And that might start to worry Sampi's side a little bit. Not in a way of they already made this a very good half for themselves. So if we, for example, swap the side with a 6-6, Sampi, especially in their own map pick, they're supposed to take this as a CT, but we have seen some of those momentum changes, especially if those rounds gets pulled back. So the momentum is going to drop for the side of Aurora. They're going to start to look a little bit more confident. That's where the problems might seep in. And just looking at the start, that's going to be the mid utility being used at this at the CT spawn to smoke out. Well, just looking at this. The same utility being used this time around. Sampi are going to be a little bit more careful with the mid push. There was a timing for them to actually try to catch one of the CTs. They quite couldn't pull it off. Miguis, oh god. Zetko goes through the long smoke. That's a lot of control for the site. Not entirely sure why he decided to go for that aggressive play. Maybe trying to win the whole site from out of that one play. Meanwhile, it seems like they are rotating towards the A side from middle, trying to hold down for that control, but it's got to be Vilby to take care of Mangus. And already these numbers working out so well. God, Vilby just comes out with a triple. That hole works out to a T. And Sampi, they're starting to melt. It is not done until it's done. This is Savannah trying to pull as many weapons as he can. Well, he's not gonna get one. Blue White just goes for that swing, a bullet to the face, and it's done. Did Mike Tyson and Jake Paul's match get actually cancelled? Really? Hopefully not. Here we go. So, another round on the board. And this is Aurora already bringing this to a 4. Definitely doable at this point. If they can actually pull it back to a 6, there might be a map left to talk about. Ooh, that deagle shot just grazes that wall. Oh, this time around, it's actually going to stick. Vilby tests his luck just a little bit too much there. Gets absolutely dropped by that eagle. It's gonna be Blixie with the kill towards A main. An attempt just quite doesn't go the way they were looking for, but Sampi seems to be going for that B-side execution. The pit is ready to go for the swing. Migus has to be careful, especially behind a pillar. It's being held from both of the sides. That's gotta be the first attempt from back of it. Oh god, that's a big blunder from Vino. He doesn't hit the shots. Even the second one, nothing works at the moment. So, my internet decided to take a little bit of a dive. Here we are, so hopefully it worked. You guys hear me? Yeah, it seems to be working somehow. So welcome to the stream. Welcome back to the stream. I'm not entirely sure what happened, or you guys didn't leave. It's colored at the moment. It's very laggy. Hopefully it finds something that works. There we go. Now we seem to be live. I'm not entirely sure what that was about. So my internet just decided to go. And we're back. So, okay, we actually came back to that's the first kill coming out of Grix. Fino trying to go for that information play. Doesn't really work out for him this time around. A shot to the face and it's done. This is Sampi already losing a couple of... Crash again. That's a good kill from Mangus to at least pull it back to a one-man disadvantage. So they're gonna go for the B-side hole knowing. But the rest of the players are getting a little bit closer right now. Trying to catch one from the corner. That's gonna be Magoose to drop in Mangus. And this is just harsh at this point. E-Live behind a pillar just goes for that swing. It's gonna be E-Live to get dropped. Willoughby wins that fight head on. And that's Savannah. Not with a lot he can do. Seems like everything is working again, so we're just gonna leave it at that. Nice catch, at least from Savannah. Drops Grix. And that's at least a kill for him. Aurora, a round lead. Looking at the buy coming out of Sampi at the moment. They're just going to go for that 1M4 that they saved. Nothing else. A Pichu feat being upgraded for E-Live, and that's it. So, for them to actually win a round like this, they need a lot of horsepower from it. And I have to say Aurora, after coming back with this many rounds already. This Ancient was Sampi's own map pick. We might actually be even talking about a third map. A map swap between these teams. Definitely doable at the moment. Hopefully my internet doesn't go full loco again. Hello, hey K Hillside, how you doing, brother? And here we go. So, off to a new one. And this will be a flash being held out by Wilby. Trying to go for that timing. If his teammates want to go for the push here, it will be Eli trying to hold it down. Ah, just entirely opens that one out. That's going to be Sawana. Finds the first one, tries to go for the second one. Grix gets pulled away from that corner. Doesn't really hold on to it anymore. And this seems to be them just reorientating from A main. A still is the target, with just a faker at the moment. But if they actually receive these weapons, that's a weapon being dropped on the floor. They could actually go for a lot here. That's going to be the molly from Migoose. A nade for lane almost hits Migoose straight on, but Players pushing in a little bit closer. That's going to be the first tap out of that USB. They know where at least one of the players are, but the problem is that A side has been already fully lost. Migus is actually selling this very well at the moment. The only thing he has to do is just get a couple of kills, and that's going to be enough. Savannah absolutely wrecks him on that angle. Fino pulling up an AK already. This is definitely going to be a retake. Just look at the weaponry. 2 players with rifles and armor. Fino just with a rifle already doing a little bit of work here. And 20 seconds left on the clock. Now the problem is going to be Grix. If they get past Grix without getting dropped, that's going to be the first kill on the side already. Will be behind the box. He's going to get straight on. And this is him getting that first, the second. But somebody needs to be on a bomb. It's done. They have the kits. Sampi actually retook it back. Aurora. That was basically an M4 with a P250 at the start. Sampi. They hold their heads cold and pull it back into a tie. Oh god, the only thing they had to do is just play a little bit more time, but no. It quite doesn't work out. Rex fully flashed from that angle. Gets a face full of whatever he was looking for. And this will be Sampi, given with a new opportunity, a new chance, straight from the heavens. You don't really usually get any of these. That's me, guys. Me goose. And one goose. Bit of a show. I'm not entirely sure what that was. Blixie. That was one of the most sloppiest peaks I've ever seen on this side of the game. So, literally offering himself on a plate right there. Blue-white from red. He is trying to just hold down the line, but at the moment it seems like something well read on this map. Understanding that this much mid-control might already mean that there is an agent just holding down red. So as long as you don't take a peek there, doesn't really matter. They know that middle control has been lost, so this is just going to be a full execute towards that A side from Aurora. But they're still really hoping to pull it back to a 4 versus 4, especially with Migu's very low on HP. And right now, Sampi, the only thing they have to do is just hold on to their site. If they can manage to make this happen, that's going to be enough. That's going to be the peak from Savannah to make sure that nobody's holding down A main. Meanwhile, Savannah just holding for the push. That's going to be Fino with the first shot. Misses the second one, but it doesn't matter. Goes for the third swing. That's A main being dropped. Savannah is playing so much time. 10 seconds left on the clock. The only thing he has to do is to stay alive. He even catches the kill. The second one, and that's going to be the double to shut it down. 9 on the board. Aurora. Losing players left and right is not going to be a good time, and that almost even rhymes. That's exactly how you play it, and finally we get a tactical timeout. They need to talk out. They need to talk with each other. What is going wrong in these rounds, especially with the starting kills? The first pick coming out of Blixie was very, very, very sloppy. Just showing himself a little bit too much there. Not even a trade attempt on that spot. Meanwhile, that will be Sampi just enjoying these rounds at the moment. So off we go. More to be seen, more to be shown. Early flash being used. Spent from Savannah to make sure that anybody wants to go for the big play, but meanwhile it's just gotta be the lane destruction. Oh, Grix even goes for the peak. Oh my god, Magnus is perfect. Goes for the full 4K. Savannah even getting dinked in middle. Doesn't matter, he gets his kill. And that's Aurora giving the 10 for Sampi. Double digits on the table, and already that's just lane push. Absolute perfection from Magnus. Controlling that AK like it was his wife. Why did I say that? I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't matter. 2 rounds of a lead. To be honest, it's not that much, but to be honest, in 2 rounds, that could be Sampi already on their map point. Meanwhile, Savannah He still is going to play for the same exact place here towards middle. That's the nade to open up the smoke. Anybody who wants to go for the quick pick are going to be met by him. So the protocol is definitely on point at the moment. And the rest of the players just looking for an opportunity. Nade for lane. Timing is just a little bit off, but the idea is correct. Does a little bit damage there. And I think that was Fino with a kill. Drop on the players with that op. That's going to be blue-white. Good catch. Like a fisherman. Just looking at the situation at the moment. Migoose looking for a way in. Beautiful catch from Briggs. Actually goes for the second angle as well, but Mangus is the one to actually pick into it. Gets that double kill. Wilby converts it with a 2, but Fino still alive. Pulls it back. A man advantage for Sampi, and just look at the HP left for Wilby. Even with 2 kills, the problem is 15 points of health is not a lot to play around with. And Poca Green Tea starting to lose his mind at the moment in the chat, because this is Sampi under 11th. Aurora a round away from giving a map point for their enemy team. This is Sampi's own map pick. It got close. The start was perfect. After that, it's all a straight funnel down. 3 rounds of a lead. Looking at the buy at the moment, it's not perfect. Of course, you can do a lot with these Tech 9s, but you always know. There's that little scratch behind your ear. Can I hit the shot? That one headshot that's needed. There we go. Early utility being spent. Catch through the smoke. Oh, Mangus maybe goes for a little bit too long of a spray. Doesn't actually catch the player running in between from that spot. That's going to be Eli, fully blinded. Goes for the second kill, actually. That's not going to work out for him. The swing for long works for 1, but Migoose gets the quick trade. That's going to be the second flash. The utility. Oh, it does a lot of damage. Migoose is low. But it seems like Sampi, we are backing away from some of these positions, especially with that Savannah skill. This is definitely going to be the retake. Oh, that nade is going to be perfect. It's going to be a Kobe. And Migoose gets taken down. That is going to be Wilby again, giving another chance for this 1 versus 2. From the cross, getting dropped. That's going to be Savannah with the perfect timing to get that catch. And 12 on the board. Oh, boy. The dream is over. The full run. Even the Tech 9s with those kills can't turn it into a win. Staring at the barrel of the last round, we are getting everything out of this game at the moment. Even though it's a possible 2-0. I have to say, there was a fight, and Sampi came victorious, looking ridiculously good on this one. Will be the deeper nade being spent on the blue-white. High flash being spent to try to get that option. Meanwhile, Mangus is just navigating through these smokes very well. That's going to be Wilby with a kill onto Savannah, but getting traded into that smoke very quickly. Mangus actually spots one of the players coming through the lamp room. Oh, God. Eli in a better spot, just helping out his teammate. And now Aurora losing most of their players. And I have to say, this is starting to look like the end of the start. The start of the end, actually. That's the way that we want to go for it. Of course, this isn't an elimination game. This is Aurora just dropping into the lower bracket if they lose this one now. Sampi, they get to hop into that upper final. Around a match away from the finals. I think I've seen Sampi's name a couple of times. Some of our games, but this is just... If they can actually make this happen, they are going to be over the moon. Just checking out our season at the moment, European Pro League. What games do we have? Good catch from Eli, getting traded by Blixie, leaving Blixie in a 1 versus 3. That's a lot to do at the moment. He needs to get that bomb down, but the problem is the corner works out. Wait a minute, through the smoke, Mangus just knows the corners. And that will be it. Could this be Sampi actually contesting for EPL Season 18's victory here, as they have been a couple of times runner-up, as they did lose against Dynamo Eklo on their finals and Breezy Esports on their finals. They have one win from Season 8. And I will be actually stoked to see if they can actually pull it off, because that game was just off the hooks. Nice to see it. Good job from the team. And making that a 2-0. Came close on a couple of margins, especially on Inferno after getting it to an overtime. And I have to say, Aurora, they had many chances, but the problem is a couple of mistakes here and there. For example, Grixie on that Inferno A-hole. That could have been the turnaround of the match in the series right there. Winning that map could have led them into winning 2 in a row, but hey, everything is possible. We have to say that from the last 6 games that they have, every single time Aurora came out victorious. This time around, it will be Sampi winning this match. Congratulations, they are heading into the upper bracket finals. So, of course, if they win that one, they're into the grand finals, and we get to cast that game, and that's going to be a banger. Meanwhile, Aurora, well, they're not out of the tournament yet. They're just dropping into the lower bracket, and they're going to go against Eklot, which is going to be an interesting one. So we're going to take a little bit of a break and hop back into the second match, which will be Guns, or GUN5 versus Enterprise. Let's take a little bit of a break, hop back in when we're ready, and see you on the second best of 3. Welcome back to the stream, and after crazy best of three, which actually submitted into two maps being played, which I pointed out two because I thought that people don't understand number two, but yeah. Sampi, they found themselves in a ridiculous spot of actually finding themselves on the upper bracket final. Just one more game from the grand finals, and that could be one of these two teams going against them. It's going to be GUN5 going against Enterprise, and that's going to be the second best of three for today. Aurora, like I said, they're not out of the tournament yet. Out of the game from the lower bracket, going against Eklot, they kind of find themselves in a little bit of a funky spot for that upper bracket, lower bracket, whatever you want to call it. Anonimo is waiting for one of these teams to fall down. It's going to be GUN5's roster, Easy Tnir, Xielo, Selter, and Kelian. And meanwhile, we're going to be hopping into the other side of the roster as well, which will be Enterprise. So this is a team everybody knows and have seen play many times. And this time around, they're in the playoffs. This is going to be Sobal, Demho, Friend, Buy Me, and Exist. Sometimes having good games, sometimes having a little bit lackluster games. And I'm going to say, with this one, everything is possible. From the lower bracket, I have to mention that Eklot did win against Bleach just a couple of days back. I think it was yesterday or the day after. The day before, sorry. So Kasad is not going to be happy with that, but it is okay. They still have a chance. So Vertigo Mirage will be banned at the start. Looking at the maps that are going to be picked, this is just a little bit of a quicker run this time around through these selections. So checking out the maps that have been picked, it's going to be Mirage, Nuke, and Anubis. So two dusty maps, one with a silo. And GUN5 actually went with the Mirage pick. This will be them starting on the T side. Meanwhile, Enterprise, if whatever happens over here, if they win, they lose, doesn't matter, Nuke will be next. And checking out what's happening on Nuke. With this percentage, GUN5, every map almost under 50, or actually half of the maps under 50, half of them over 50. So it's 44% here for Mirage with 9 maps being played for GUN5. Meanwhile, for Enterprise, it's 23% with 13 maps. So that's a lot of maps played. And a good statistic to actually understand how Mirage is going to be played out in about a second. So, GUN5 on their T side, just starting this off with a very slow round. Not really pushing anywhere, just playing a little bit time off the clock. Check out if Enterprise, they want to go for some pushes, some quick plays. That's going to be the long smoke being used. This is to fake out the full hold. They actually might see the trajectory of that smoke. Meanwhile, the full push is coming in from A side Spit and Apps. That's going to be them at least with a kill onto Tnir. Meanwhile, Easy gets his trade. Who you got to win? Us Lebzobets. That's an interesting name. I have no idea. I have to say that the percentage at the moment plays a little bit for Enterprise, but it might be because they play in a little bit of an opposite league. Not entirely sure, especially checking out these early kills. It's going to be Buy Me with a kill on to Easy, but look at the play. Oh god, this could be the full triple. There's 2Ks coming out. Xelo gets everybody. I think that was 4 bullets used to drop 3. Nobody checks behind the smoke. Enterprise, the first round, slips between their fingers. Xielo. What a beautiful play. The trigger discipline. I love to see it. That's how you do it. What do we think about the fact that these days when you're going for the jump smoke, it actually makes that noise? I've already casted a game where it kind of busted the team's B-side push. You kind of have to have earlier flashes for them from now on. That will be the molly being used on top of the platform. Kelian, sorry. Stack kill onto Demho. So, a way to open up the side. Meanwhile, Xielo smokes deep in towards the CT spawn. At the double scout setup, well, they barely get used. This will be Selter. Just trying to hunt for any of these weapons. The more he drops, the better. Nice catch from Selter. That's gonna be the kill on to Sobal. Good way to drop one player down and still hunt for more. A little bit of money too. I used to be able to sweep so easy because of it. Balances rounds more. To be honest, in a way, I kind of like the change that it plays for the CT side. Finally, there's an update that plays for the CT side. But the problem is, in my opinion, it's so negligible, so it doesn't really do much. Because what I already saw was from some teams that they know, for example, let's say you're going to go for that B-side execution, you have to throw that utility from apps. A short player is definitely going to hear those jumps. At least the jumps, so he's going to hear that, whatever the sound is. So what the T's only did is that the second that they're going to throw that utility, they're just going to throw the flash a little bit earlier on. So it doesn't really impact around that much, but it's a good change in a way. The only thing I hate that they're trying to fix the CT side by changing the game. In my opinion, they should just balance out the weapons at the moment and the maps. But yeah, this is just the B-side execution. There's not a lot to talk about it. To be honest, if Enterprise even comes out with a kill from this round, that's going to be huge. So yeah, in my opinion, what Valve is supposed to focus on is just more on the CT side. At the moment, every single map is so heavily T-sided that it's ridiculous. And to be honest, heavily T-sided map doesn't mean that they have to get 7 to 6 or anything like that. It's just almost every single corner is amazing for the T-side picks. Because as a CT, you don't really have that many spots where you have to hold. As a T, you can just dictate the fights whenever you feel like. The utility that comes after that, the amount of players that goes for the swing. As some of these players, already with their crosshairs trained on most of these angles, it's not like these kills are hard for them anymore. That, by the way, is the last player to drop out. They did drop a couple of players, so... But it doesn't really impact the economy that much. GUN5, they're gonna be happy with that round. And here we are hopping into round number 4. And Enterprise, they're finally gonna buy. So yeah. I'd hope that they would make the maps maybe a little bit larger. That's gonna be a huge change. I don't think that's gonna happen. But maybe make the M4s a little bit better. And give a little bit more money for the CT bonus. This is just ridiculous. Like 500 bucks more, and I'm gonna shut up. That would be the optimal way to actually fixing it. So, behind the fountain, that's gonna be demo. What did I say? Sorry. I was thinking about the different player at that moment. Ziela gets the kill on the demo. That's gonna be Sabol with the quick straight on the kill in. So, through the smoke from connector, it's not gonna work out. Sabol is ready for that one. And this is a round where GUN5 is really just testing the CT defense. And through the smoke, trying to trace the player down, but it's not gonna work out. That's gotta be the Opper. Absolutely being wrecked. Friend forgets about the pit. Gets just sidelined at that one, and that's gonna be the bomb down. Wait a minute, that's a lot of damage already. Baimi and Sabal, both of the players are ridiculously low. If that bomb goes down, this is going to be a hard retake, especially if they get a kill. A timed out, trying to get that kill through that box. Finally works out. It's gonna be Baimi to trace the shots. It's gonna be easy to bring it back to a 1 versus 2, and he knows exactly where one of the players is. Oh, he doesn't go for the fight. Goes for the first swing, and that is going to be the full swing from Exist. Not that far away from GUN5 to actually make that a viable round. Finally a round for Enterprise, but it costs them a lot. Straight out of the open, trying to play for that round. Doesn't quite work for him. I do understand he tried to go for the pick control the bomb, try to flank that bomb in a way. As they have the bomb control. They know that the bomb is planted towards the default. Trying to play it from different angle, maybe to surprise that one-on-one. But it just didn't work out. He missed the spray. Didn't really even challenge the player on jungle. Through the smoke, that's a lot of damage being done. To be honest, even the player gets exchanged for that nade. So, easy. Basically gets away with 3 HP for this round. There will be a connector smoked off. Even a molly being used, but it lands the wrong way. Flashes popping left and right. Utility to open it up. Nice spray from Kalian. Gets away from the window at the perfect time. Exist. Trade it for free. Jump back into the window, and that's going to be Sabal still just waiting for that to happen. Selter finds a good krill. Nice opener on the Sabal. Let's get the side player down. Meanwhile, another kill coming out. That's just the trades going left and right at the moment. Tanir drops down by me. Demho gets that interesting kill, but the problem is Tanir is just ready for it. And Friend. Oh, if he wants to go with the op through that broken vent, it's not going to work out. Feeding that op away, it's going to be picked up by Selter, who can actually drop it for easy. Easy E. Boys in a hood. And straight back into control goes GUN5. That's gonna be the early smoke being used for the middle hold. A little bit of a different one. You can throw it from multiple spots. And this is just them trying to fake out the middle hold. Meanwhile, Enterprise should be getting ready for an A-side execution. Demo actually gets Zello before he gets in. That's gonna be Friend. He dropped in to near. Actually, his numbers are starting to look pretty good. The problem is they're finally starting to default. And every trade works out for the side of the T's as long as they can actually keep the numbers straight. Still held with these AKs. They have to go for the plan in about a second. There's no smoke towards CT. So they're just going to play a couple of seconds off the clock. This is a good way to try to pull them in. And maybe see what kind of mistakes Enterprise want to go for. If they're not careful here, they might be busted. That's a good shot coming in from by me. One player being dropped. Nobody's here to trade it. Easy. Just a face full of bullet. Meanwhile, a push spotted from the apps. That's gotta be the nade on top of connector. Friend catches it a little bit. Kalian spots one of the heads. And that's gonna be Selter to actually pull it back to 2 versus 2. And Kalian on top of the stairs. That's gonna be the nade for him to get on the cross. Still the bomb on his side. That's going to be 20 seconds left on the clock for them to try to do something with this one. And Friend just getting into an optimal spot. They have no idea that it's this close. Kalian, he's not reading into this round at all. That's going to be 12 seconds left. He has to bait out the first kill. By me, if he goes for the peak, the only thing he has to do is just play time. Selter actually makes this a 1 versus 1. And with 4 seconds left, he has to go for the plan. That's going to be it. By me just gets swung into. By me reads that round. Oh, God, he reads that wrong at the last possible second. I do understand. He thought it was going to be a bait, but no, it was the full plant. And that gives him enough time to get into cover and reposition himself for that full swing. Oh, what a play. And Guns, they still pull it back. Enterprise. It was Friend getting just a little bit closer from connector. To be honest, him getting a little bit aggressive, maybe the reason they lost that round. That sticks by me into a very awkward spot. And here we go. Utility being spent, that's gotta be the smoke 4. Connector, meanwhile a player. And the B-side execution is going to be the way to go. By me, ready for the player to swing in from the window. That's gotta be Selter with the trade, but Exist comes out clutch. That's gonna be a 2-to-1 trade at the moment. Exist comes out with one Friend. Actually keeps this hold And that's going to be exist with 3 on a board. Well, that's not a bad run for them. Enterprise. They do enter back. But this isn't about them just playing for these let's try to pull it back rounds. Now they actually have to start to try to gain some kind of a CT half here. And guns. Well, so far, the T side has been excellent for them. They can actually even break out the economy right now. Nice catch at the start. Sobol tries to go for the swing. Not working out for him. Nice catch from Cielo to open up the A side as well. These are the kills that they needed. Miami actually gets one in between, but the problem is the side control has been lost. And off we go. Bomb will be rotated towards the B side. And from CT Friend, just ready for a player to swing in front of him. And if he could actually cast the first shot, no, there's a double hold setup. This is going to work out well for them. Selter gets one. It's going to be easy to shut down. And Miami left in a 1 versus 4. And the bomb cheated back towards the A side. It will be planted, and this will be Miami just trying to hold on to that AK. Guns. GUN5 leaving 5 rounds. Jumping into a 6th. And it works out like a charm. Oh, I'm not entirely sure if Tenier actually spotted that weapon, but he's ready. Oh, he's ready. Even the AK. We're just looking in to another round here. Looking at the board at the moment. 3 in a row, 2 in a row. They do step in every now and then, but the problem is guns already. With 6 on the board. Enterprise. They're left with a couple rounds to be played for, especially looking at the buy at the moment. Pistols, MP9s, and armor. They're trying to save a little bit of money. Oh, that drop actually will be hurt. That's got to be the double swing. Ziello does drop 1, but from the fly, it's got to be buying me with a trade. Trying to catch the player on top of the con. Selter. What a kill. Demho. Eagle spams doesn't work out. That's got to be the double mollies. Just to make sure if one isn't enough. At least they are going to be using both of them.
Bomb has been planted.
And the site goes the side of guns without getting really challenged. Miami even getting dropped down low. Ooh, that's 5-7. Can't quite catch that kill. It's got to be Tenier to get himself into good position to get that kill. Maybe walking into that crosshair a little bit. Bit of a flunk there, but it happens every now and then. Selter even hunting down one of the weapons. That's the round for guns. Kellyanne even takes care of the last player. Okay, that's the round. 7 on the board. The lead being taken by guns. And more than half of the rounds as well. And this is Enterprise. Finally buying in again. And now the problem is that from every single buy that we have seen, they do win a round. The problem is they do lose the rounds after that. They need to start to change these rounds together. Especially right now. There's only 3 rounds to play for. Guns could run with a ridiculous start here. And get ready for that second map. Meanwhile, it is Enterprise. Left to challenge. Sabol wins that 1-1 towards the pit. That's going to be Tenier. Not really finding out a good start. And Selter will be challenging short. Nobody's here to hold it, though. They're just playing very deeply from this side at the moment. So, knowing that they had the first kill. Oops, sorry. Kellyanne pushing in. Oh god, that timing is just a little bit off. That could have been a double for him. And Selter gets the kill on the Buy Me Demo, gets that trade. Selter holding on to the B control. The bomb will be tried to rotate over here, but I'm not entirely sure. Should they actually go for this one? The right way could be to maybe try to fake it towards that A side. There is a player towards the underground just finally executing. I think he spotted the bomb too. That will be Sobal fully blinded. Selter has a very good angle from the left side of that door. That's going to be the smoke to try to cover it up. There's already a push coming in behind. They actually pull it back to 2 versus 2, but it's going to be Demho from the backlines to drop down easy. Selter actually brings it back to a 1 versus 1. Could this be the ace? No! It's so close! An Enterprise, even if the bomb gets planted. And it gets very close. Demho keeps his head cold. And a triple to try to make this around. But this was a very expensive buy for him. They still have a little bit of a loss bonus. And that will be Enterprise at least on their 3rd round. But GUN, looking at their economy at the moment, easily can buy into this one. Molotov, even a flash for mid. And a spray through that smoke. Really catching any of the players. GUN's just trying to make hold of this round. If Enterprise want to go for the early picks, early plays, that's on them. A smoke for the window. Meanwhile, this is just a slow take of middle. Enterprise gaining out the control for the enemy team. That's going to be the snake for mid as well. Anybody who wants to hold from short might be tagged by it, but plays it out for the perfect time. If ran from that connector, smoke actually finds a kill onto Selter. That's going to be Killian with the trade. So, to be honest, a 1-to-1 trade at that level. The amount of control he has at the moment. Xielo. Beautiful peek for short. Absolutely just sidelines by me. And just look at this Killian. Even with the control that they have already, Exist actually gets that long-range kill, but it's going to be Killian. To pull this back, and the full B-side control goes to the way of guns, and this is just going to be their round. So Ball left with a hill to try to climb over. And with the bomb on the opposite side of the map as well, he has a 1 versus 1 in front of him smeared. All he has to do is to stick alive. If it gets tagged, but it doesn't matter if it goes down. As long as he plays enough time for his teammates to just secure the round, that is going to be it. And Killian, for a second there, I thought he was going to go for the short pick, but he's just actually jugging some nades for his teammates. Oh, almost goes for the perfect jump there. You can actually go for a full jump from that bumper towards the apps. I haven't actually seen that many players do it, but there are some. It is a little bit of a harder jump. Have to have a lot of hours on KZ. Kaboom goes the bomb. And this will be both of the rifles. The longer one and the shorter one safe for the next one. This is starting to look a lot better for the T side. A round to be played for. 1. The question is, could Enterprise challenge it? And make some kind of a CT side work for them? Selter gets that entry. That's going to be easy with the second one. Not even a single trade close. Getting on top of those ladders. Oh, it's going to be a surprise for Demho. Welcome to the balcony. A side fully lost. 5 players just waiting for anybody to take a peek here. And that will be Exist. With Buy Me. Looking to make something impossible happen right now. It's gotta be the flash for CT. And Tenier will be holding it down. Exist. Only a single frag on this round. And if they wanted that retake, well, it's definitely not gonna pan out that way. And this will be the four-lettered organization. Gaining a ridiculous half here on the T side. If they could win the pistols, this could be a very one-sided ending to this. But, of course, Enterprise, they still have their T side in front of them. Anything is possible. I like to think that way. That's going to be 18 kills with 4 deaths. Anybody with good math understands that that's more. That's a lot of kills. 4.5 KD at the moment on the server. That's just insane. To be honest, I wanted to see his ADR as well. It's going to be 131. Jesus. He's doing a good job at the moment. A kill per round, at least. Even more. And a pit hold coming in from the rest of the team. That's going to be the single smoke. This could be just a fake. Trying to make this happen. Meanwhile, Kalian tries to gain the control. Goes for the pit dive. That's going to be Demho to hold it down. So Bulk gets the kill on the Xielo. And if they could actually pull this round back. That is Selter. Gaining a kill. Double it, actually. That's going to be Tenier with 1. And Friend with Buy Me left to try to hold this down. They do have the bomb down. Look at this lurk coming in from Buy Me. That could actually work out at the last possible second. Depends how long it takes to actually take care of the last player. They go for the Tetris swing. They don't pick it. But it's going to be Tenier to try to reel it back. Oh, the bullet's running out of Buy Me. And he has to stick the bomb. Does he have the kits? The problem is he doesn't. And no, the time already running out. It's done. Enterprise, they do win out the round. That's a little bit of a fumble at the end, but it gets close. They go for the full swing. They don't check Tetris. And that's the problem. Only if they got that kill, that could have been of 2-1. With one player defusing the bomb. They even had the smoke for it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time it really went tits up. And it is what it is. We are heading into a new round. So. Looking into a new round over here. Quick push towards the side. That's going to be Selter with the first kill on the Demho. It gets straight immediately. 4-4, and you can see just the full A side rotating. Nice catch. Xielo actually drops one of the players here. He actually gained some more. But they're just going to be happy with the weapons they picked up. It's going to be okay for them. And this will be Xielo even dropping one more weapon. Wait a minute, they're actually starting to farm some of these weapons straight off the floor. And this could be huge for them. A round for Enterprise. And that's going to be 4 rounds away. for them to actually try to pull this back to an tie game. But meanwhile, for GUNs, the only thing they have to do is just try to handle one of these rounds to get that 10-pointer onto the screen. So it's still a long way to go. But hey, we have time. 1:35 left. And it's going to be another B-side explosion. This time around from the smoke. It's just going to be Selter to try to play around it. It's going to be Killian with easy. Everybody's actually contributing onto this round. Selter actually even does damage to buy me. And oh god, it's going tits up. Cielo shuts it down. GUNs, they actually find their kill. They find their round way earlier than was ready for. That B-side stack just works out at the perfect time. I think that was a quick call at the start too. Enterprise trying to go for that simple B-side execution. It really doesn't work out at all. Enterprise. There is still a chance. Kempa from the chat. He's right. Kyllä, oikeassa olet. So let's see if it's doable right now. It is going to be a little bit of a lackluster buy. Of course, they don't have the money. No bomb plant, no nothing. Even losing so many weapons throughout these rounds. It's really not gonna be a good time for them. Meanwhile, GUNs, well, they're having a good time. And P9 is the worst weapon on the screen at the moment, especially to farm out these clocks. It's gonna be perfect. Meanwhile, M4s, AKs, everything. It's like a GUNs tradesman just sold them weapons. This is amazing. Taps coming out. Easy. Gets the double. Goes actually for the triple as well. His teammates finally coming to help him out. He doesn't have to peek from the window to try to risk it for the biscuit. Selter actually even gets the last kill with a nade. It's going to be Friend to be taken down. And off we go. Okay, but there's still a chance. Keep the hope up. Of course, it's dwindling, but I'm actually getting a little bit surprised on Mirage for them to have a better CT side than the D side. But of course, they don't have the rounds to play on the D side to try to pull it back. Somebody said no timeout's been used. That's a little bit of a tough point to be at. Through the smoke, so Ball actually finds that first kill. That's a good start. Easy gets a quick trade. Easy E showing us a game. And that will be easy. Even with 57 HP, just taking the full control from B-Apps. That's a lot of control from one side of this map. One lane entirely being just blocked out. An Enterprise with a minute 10 left on the board. They could still go for a couple of plays here. That's gonna be the smoke. Peek, but Killian is not quite ready for that angle. That works out so well. For them home. Molly's even one of the players out of the Tetris, or sorry, from the sandwich. That's gonna be by me. Get the kill from the apps. Meanwhile, I think Easy spotted one of the players on top of the stairs there. It's a nade. Doesn't quite do as much damage as it was hoping for. And as they rotate towards the A side, this is just a fake. Enterprise, they make this around. B side already lost. I think GUNs is gonna go for a retake here, so bomb gets planted. This could be the rest of the players trying to hunt down for some of these weapons. Gonna make these upcoming rounds as easy as they can. Ooh, a bit of a dink by me. Getting warned. There's nothing for you over here. That bomb explodes. Sorry, that nade explodes. Oh, I got bomb at that point. And this round goes to the side of Enterprise. 5 rounds to pull back a tie. Meanwhile, for the CTs, well, it's an okay buy still, no problem. We don't actually see the open server at the moment from neither of the sides. To be honest, actually looking at the money at the moment, they actually have a little bit of money saved for the next up-and-coming round as well. So, as long as they don't lose every single member, they should be okay on the economy. Enterprise, meanwhile, just a single round. And that's gonna bring some tough times ahead. Of course, that's gonna be 12 for the side of guns. Top of the smoke, just waiting for that timing. Nade will be expelled, and that's gonna be exist. Oh, he takes a full phase of it. That's one of the best 300 bucks nades that we have seen so far. And the bomb being spotted. Oh my god, how much control from this angle can you actually get? Just look at the alert coming in from the other angle. It's going to be Selter pushing down on the buy me. And oh god, Tinir actually finds a kill from that spot as well. Gets the control of the bomb, actually spots it as well. Gets the kills needed. And that leaves Enterprise with 2 players trying to just maybe walk into this round somehow. The problem is, even if they get the side control, they're just surrounded every single place. A full push coming in from the ticket. That's going to be easy with the confirmation of the player, and actually even spots the player on top of the stairs. That's Friend at least pulling 1 kill back, but the problem is going against 3. It's not going to be a good time. And gets spotted from Tetris. It's done. 12 on the board. Guns a round away from actually just absolutely clapping Enterprise on this map pick. We are hopping into Nuke after this one. It's going to be Enterprise's own map pick. I was looking at the scores over there. So they haven't actually gone against each other before. So it is a 0-0 at the moment. But on Nuke, Guns, did you have a 44% win rate with 9 maps? So basically that means 4 wins. For Enterprise, it's 64% with 28 maps played. So it's a bit of a bigger pool sample size, sorry. Early shots coming out near. Already taking care of the likes of Buy Me. That's gotta be Nade to open up the smoke. Goes for the middle peaks. The ball actually gets that kill. It's gotta be Friend with 1 as well. Do get the lead of this round, but the problem is yeah. That will be the kill to pull it back. Friend could actually find it and bring it back to 2 versus 2. It's gotta be Trenier with the quick trade, but Sabal left in a 1 versus 2 and not knowing that there's a player so close to the side. Oh, the Deagle is not just catching that headshot. It's done. 13-6. It's gonna be a victorious round for Guns over here. 1100. I have to say, that's a lot of damage done throughout these rounds. Actually, 2 players plus 100 ADR. I think that was 111, 109 for the other one. That's crazy. So, that will be the first map played already. We are going to be hopping into Nuke, which is Enterprise's own map pick. Of course, a little bit of a stumble there. They had a very good CT side, actually gaining enough rounds to make it look doable in a way. But on the T side, it just flopped on the floor and it's done. We have to say, we are going to be, or actually 9-3, it's not a perfect CT side, but they got more rounds on this. Well, the same amount. Let's go with that one, okay? We're going to be hopping into Nuke. Hopefully it goes a little bit better for Enterprise. Let's take a little bit of a break and hop back when we're ready. And let's see if they can actually pull it to a 3rd map. Everything is possible. See you in about a second. Welcome back to the stream, and welcome back to the game, as we're going to be hopping into Nuke. It is explosive, it is nuclear, and it is a banger, as we're going to be starting off with the second map of this best of 3. And looking how it went on Mirage, well, it didn't quite pan out the way for Enterprise, getting only 6 rounds. And Guns just having a good time. Meanwhile, there will be hopping in to the CT side of this map, and this will be by me, leading the push towards the ramp, just trying to get as much control as he can. Meanwhile, there's going to be the full 4 behind him. And that's Tenier coming up with a double kill already. Wait a minute, what's happening at the moment? Tenier is just slopping everybody at the moment. Xelo steps into this fight, finally gets taken down by me. That took a little bit too long for him. Finally gets that frag. And that's Selter coming out with his own. It gets almost tracked. Brought back into a 2 versus 1, but no, it's not gonna work out. As Baimi doesn't quite catch the second player. And that will be Guns finding their first round. And the CT side seems to be sticking. Now we'll be hopping in for more. This will be, of course, a buy from the side of Guns. Meanwhile, Enterprise, they're just having a bit of a Glocky round. It's just gotta be a Deagle, P350, rest of them Glocks. Nice nade. That's gonna hurt. Well, it doesn't actually do as much damage as I was waiting for, or hoping for. Meanwhile, from the cross, Selter doesn't quite get that timing. It is going to be a nice catch from the in-between. Kalian drops down Exist. And that's a couple of good kills at the start. Xelo actually even pampers a couple of bucks for him. That's going to be 1,200 bucks. And spots the last player, 1,800. Nice way to get that injection of money. And they're still actually holding on to every single weapon. So this is kind of a bonus round now, as Enterprise is going to buy up. If they could actually take care of this round, save a couple of those AKs, that's going to be amazing for Guns. Meanwhile, for Enterprise, them starting off their T Rampage, well, right now would be the time. Early Molly at the start. Even a nade 4, if anybody wants to go for the swing. Kalian playing it behind a T-side vent. That's gonna be Baimi just holding on towards the lobby, knowing that they have the cheaper weapons. This could be usual in rounds like this. You want to see a little bit more initiative from the CT side. This time around, they're just going to play passively. It's going to be Tenier. First one in a block here to go for that first kill. Gets that first one. Gets traded immediately. Demho was ready for that to happen. Selter actually gets one through the smoke. That's going to be Exist to drop down. So Bold pushing in towards the main. And they kind of have the control at the moment, but the man advantage goes for Guns. And this is a very good read coming out of Selter. The problem is he loses that fight. Demho low on HP, Sobol as well, and just look at this. Even with the worst weapons, it's starting to look a little bit better for them. A-side control tips the way of Enterprise. And still with a player from lobby, the only thing they have to do is just hold it down. Easy. Lurking underneath hill. That could be the spot coming outside. Oh, Xelo. That's a bit of a sloppy spot to be at. Sobol even takes care of Easy, trying to swing into that action, and Kalian. On the other side of this map, finally, I think he pushed in from the vents. And Hut seems to be the way to go. If he could drop a weapon or 2. First one. 25 seconds left on the clock. He has the kits if he wants to go for this one. The problem is he doesn't have a better weapon, so he kind of has to. A ridiculous burst, spotting one of the players on top of heaven. Ready for Silo to be swung into by me. Doesn't actually catch the time, and that's gonna be the kill onto him. Could he actually pull this back? He's already on top of the bomb, just playing this. Could he bring this? Finds the headshot, Sobol! I am not going to believe this one. With the last possible minute as well. Second, sorry. He gets that defuse. Guns. That is a ridiculous retake. How do you lose that one? I do understand from heaven you don't want to pick. Just a single bullet to a low HP player was going to be enough. But I have to actually pull it back towards the start. At the start, the first player in that 3 versus 1 to swing. That was the mistake, trying to go for that information, sticking into that fight. The only thing you have to do at that point is just to try to hide. Or actually wait for his teammate to go for double swing. How do you pull that back? I'm just not understanding that. And you can see the reaction of that round. This is just going to be a buy from the side of GUN5. Everything brought in. It's going to be the AWP and force even the save AK. Okay. Demho finds the first kill onto Kalian. It's a good start. And it's going to be easy from ramp. Cielo will be getting a little bit closer towards those boxes. This is a good read from GUN5, but Gun's not really having the right idea here. The reaction is good from the CT side. The problem is, for this round, it's not going to be the right way. They do turn around at the perfect time. They should have the information that outside has been lost. They might have a couple of players out here. And that still exists, holding down the line. Meanwhile, Guns. Heaven push with a player. Meanwhile, everybody else is just holding to their own devices. They can hear the defuse, or sorry, the plant. This will be... I'm not sure if they want to go for the save. It seems like they're going to just save these weapons. Spotting one of the players. I think they were going to go for the setup. Yeah, that was the flash setup. Exist. Lurking outside with the perfect timing. Good catch, but doesn't get the kill. That's going to be Tnir to actually drop down friend. Wait a minute, they're starting to lose players here. If they lose more, that's a problem. But Exist does hold it down. And this will be Guns almost saving nothing from a round like this. Good catch coming out of easy. And as long as they survive the blast, that should be okay. Enterprise, they make it around. This could have been their second one in a row already. After that bit of a fumble. But at least we see something out of them. I have to say a couple of missed timings on that round. Could have swung it to the other way, but a good read coming out of Enterprise. There was a good protocol coming out of Guns. The problem is it was the wrong read for the round. So them understanding that losing a player outside could direct this into a ram swing. And we have actually seen some active callouts coming in from Guns, so it's kind of cool to see it. They're definitely fighting for this round. Exist dropping down. There's a player on top of the silo still. Demho finds this far kill on the Cielo. That's a good way to open up the round. Oh, inside the main. I'm not entirely sure what Demho was looking for. Selter actually brings that with a kill back. Chenier finds one, and that is going to be easy through the smoke. 3 kills, even 1. That quick swing coming out of the main just works out so well by me. Left alone. 1 versus 4. And if they could save every single bit of these weapons, that is going to be amazing for the CT side. Meanwhile, Enterprise, the second they win a round, it feels like it gets ripped away from them. By me. Does get the 1, but Kalian, sorry, gets the quick trade, and that means 3 weapons will be saved with 2 AKs. I think there was an extra op outside, I'm not entirely sure. Looking at this round. Everybody will be equipped with a weapon. Into a new round we go. Quick utility at the outside gates. That's the nade to open up the smoke, maybe to do a little bit damage on Exist. That's easy, actually finds that kill on the Demho. It's near. Good pop for ramp. There was a little attempt coming out of Enterprise. That flash might be the one to set them off. And re-evaluate this push. Meanwhile, Xelo has a perfect spot here. Close to hut. This is a known spot, but so many times in a row we see teams just absolutely ignore this spot. So if they go for the swing here without actually checking this one, it's gotta be Baimi to check it, but he's not ready. It's just Xelo is a little bit too quick. Gets even the second one before that smoke blooms. No, he's ready for the third one as well. Oh, he had the right idea. But Wait a minute. Exist actually finds one as well. This is a couple of mistakes coming in from the side of guns. They make very good decisions at the start, but then it kind of fumbles. 45 seconds left, and it seems to be outside that they're gonna go for it, especially with that bomb. So Bull, equipped with an AK, tries to make this work out. And I'm not entirely sure what Exist is doing at the moment. Maybe trying to hold down the flank. Anybody who wants to go for the information, he could actually pull them back. This will be Tenier, just pushing in. That wasn't even for scale 3. Oh, God, what is that? I'm not entirely sure what I'm seeing at the moment. This is so many mistakes from both of the teams. I'm not entirely sure what this is. But it's just gonna be Tenier with a full swing from the single door. And that's another round. I don't think I've seen a round like this where we have so many players looking at the wrong corner. They weren't ready for that outside swing, but yeah, it's okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. And off we go for more. This is where they shine. Pressure is what CS is built on. And a way to bring it back is even better. Look at that swing outside. Already even challenging the second player. It's got to be Exist to win the fight, but he gets tagged down. That's going to be the early aggression coming out of the CT side. Works out for 1, almost for 2. Was a little bit off with that crosshair, but hey, it happens. I think Easy got spotted just right now. Yeah, that seems like Demho has a very good understanding that there's a player to worse warehouse at the moment. And Exist gets that point. That's going to be easy to drop down. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't understand that his feet are going to be shown from that angle. Demho gets the kill onto Tenier. And that's Kalian. With Zielo left in a 2 versus 4. And after winning a very good round, they will be given 1 back. Again, a couple of mistakes. Basic stuff about Nuke. You usually have a player either on top of silo or even main. And from opping that close, your feet will be shown outside. That's just gonna be a well-positioned situation for Exist. Even if Easy had the right idea with the swing towards the main, Xilo gets taken down. That's gonna be the 1-to-1 trade. Xilo gets the first player, but the bomb is with Kalian if he actually pushes into this. Oh my god, there's no reason to pull out the knife. Especially knowing that there was a player there just a second ago. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's these very simple mistakes that they're making again and again and again. It just makes literally no sense. There's no absolute advantage on that situation to pull out the knife. Sometimes I actually feel like the way you could level up most of these players on tier 3 to 5 is that you just pull them by the hair and make them focus. Don't use that ADHD. Just focus on the goddamn round. After the round, go to a server and switch as many times as you want. That could have been the 1-to-2 with the bomb control. Kind of goes up the tits. That's gonna be by me with a kill on the Xilo. And sorry, Deputy Eric, whatever your bot names are. That's not gonna work anymore. Everything is banned at this point, so have a good time. Trying to make a new account. Guns. Losing that first player at the start by me, taking a little bit damage. And this will be Friend just holding that off corner. Sleeps a little bit on the wheel, but spots the player, gets away. Molotov behind him. And this will be Celta. Wait a minute, he's actually coming with a couple of good kills. That's gonna be Friend, almost pushing into that fight. And this is Celta still in a very good spot. Fully blind, just goes for a little bit too early of a spray. Gets traded, but look at the amount of HP on these players. Enterprise, they're barely limping throughout this map. Especially with the Tenier's MP9. And Easy's position. This Deagle. Only this Deagle could be the way to pull this back. But oh, they're starting to return again. This is exactly what I was talking about before. They keep going for these different angles again and again and again. It's just showing too much skin. Easy. Reading this as a B play. Meanwhile, Tenier starting to move away from the side. Sometimes just you have to let go of the keyboard. Just let go of the keyboard. A full push coming out. I'm not entirely sure if they're being spotted, but the ball will be giving himself away. Tenier not even ready for that angle. Too much movement. And he plays against guns. Enterprise, they enjoy every single mistake Guns is making at the moment. At the moment, I have to say, it feels like Guns is trying to make plays that look great, but the problem is, in reality, they're just hitting the wall. They're doing such a good job at the start of the rounds, then they start to go for these mental plays that don't really work. I've actually seen a team that plays this perfectly at the start. And I think I've said in the past that the best way to fix that is after you get those kills, you just let go of the keyboard. Let them make a mistake. The round already plays for you. They have to go for some kind of a play. Even, of course, at that situation, Guns, they don't see how much HP the enemy team has. Understandable. But we've seen this happen on different rounds already, and it seems to be their playstyle. And will be. Early advantage. Beautiful shot coming out of that 5-7. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Killian wants to kill on the buy me. That's going to be Demho to drill in towards the single door. Finds the kill through the smoke. Nice job. A 4-4. Xielo. And that will be him getting underneath hell. Oh god, the perfect timing on that push. Does he know that there's a couple of players outside? That is going to be a catch coming out of Demho. Exist finds the find on the Killian. And that's a round down the toilet. 5-7 can't do anything at the end. And Enterprise to find their 4th round. This is finally a buy from them. A couple of squeaky rounds that we're not supposed to focus too much on. It looks like a solo queue. Yeah, to be actually, that's a good way of saying it. After that first advantage that Guns finds, after that it looks like a solo queue. Yeah, that's a good point. That's gonna be the smoke to try to cover up the door by me. Already snuck in towards the T-vents. Is not going to be pushing into. That's gonna be by me with the first kill on the Killian. Beautiful way to open up the round. Easy finds the quick trade on the Exist on the other side of the map. Oh, true, the smoke by me. Xielo trying to go for those plays. It's not going to work out. This time around, Enterprise, they are well aware that Guns are trying to go for these individual plays. And the only thing they have to do is just wait. They're literally making the mistakes in front of their eyes. Just let them make them. There's no reason to go for an execute when an enemy just tries to bring the round back on a plate. Just take it. Enjoy it. Selter. Active player so far. This time around kind of fumbles the spray. Gets traded by Sabal. So his teammate takes a little bit of damage, but gets saved. And that will be by me. And here we go. Easy. Trying to get that kill. Gets only one. And by me with a 4K on this round. Very good start. So Falcons is eyeing on Nico at the moment. Chichu is just gonna be a horror show after this season. The question is, who is he going to be replacing? That's gonna be interesting. Meanwhile, Tenier tries to play across that trophy room smoke. It's not gonna work out. Good catch. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Enterprise. You don't even see them really fighting for control at the moment. They're just waiting for them to push in front of their screens at the moment. This is the right play to do. Guns, they keep doing the same. It seems like they don't know how to play a defensive side at the moment. As long as they keep doing it, just make it happen. Selter. Especially a good player to focus on. That's gotta be the Molly. Oh, he's been locked out from that push. It's gotta be Sabal to find him. Was trying to fight for that control outside. Kalian. Amho drops one of his teammates. It's going to be easy. Left in an almost impossible spot, and that will be Kalian left in a 1 versus 5, and it's just not going to happen. Enterprise. I'm not even saying that they're playing that well at the moment. They're just getting free kills throughout the maps. And it doesn't matter if this was a buy or a save round. It just keeps happening again and again. Let's see if they can finally change something on their holds. Utility dump towards ramp. Will be Kalian losing his life at the start. Again, similar game style. The aggression at the start just doesn't really work out for the CT side. Now the question is, what kind of a T side are we going to get from guns after this round? Enterprise. Tenier. Ready for that swing. Spotting both of the players. Sabal does the right call. He's not going to go for the full swing there. This will be Tenier just rotating towards that A side. Selter. This is a beautiful lurk, but the problem is they lost the player easy. Drops down for that play for the ramp, and this is a problem. Even with this lurk, now it's all for nothing. Easy. The only thing he could have not done is actually go down. Tenier finds one from the vents, but this is going to still be a 2 versus 4. It's a uphill struggle at the moment. They have to fight for so much to try to pull this round back. After a beautiful start, they're getting absolutely blasted, and there's no saving. Where are you going at the moment? What are you doing? Guns, have they played this game before? Okay. That will be by me to get his kill. Dropping down to near. And what am I watching at the moment? Well, they're actually trying to go for a save on the last round. Okay. Kaboom. Six rounds in a row. After a ridiculously good start, even a good clutch. And I have to say, it's all on guns. They did fumble the back big time. I've never actually seen a smelt like that. Just a team going down the drain at that point. Of course, there's half to be played still, so it's not the end of the world. As long as they have a good T side, anything is possible. But just considering the upcoming games, well, that can be the game that they're giving at the moment, especially with so many mistakes on the CT side. You really... And that wasn't even the enemy team pressuring you or anything. You were just giving rounds away again and again and again. Mistakes after mistakes. Kalian will be the one to lead down the charge towards the ramp. That's going to be him to find out the first kill. Exist. Well, I'm not entirely sure what he's shooting at the moment, but making noise. That's going to be Tenier with the second kill on the Sabal. And the duelies might have finally found a little bit of a use. He only finds one. That's going to be Tenier with one more on the board. Easy from the backlines. Finds friend. And Exist left in a 1 versus 4. Now the question is, can he do it? First taps, not really hitting. It's starting to look a little bit worse. Doors will be opened like a gentleman. And Selter will be left into a very good corner challenge. Finds the kill. That's going to be Guns with 6. 6 rounds on the board. Very good, very good. Brilliant. I'm still getting ads for my old car to be replaced. I got a new one. Not even the same model, so leave me alone. Meanwhile, we are hopping into a new round again. That will be from the cross. Kalian dropping down. Drop down, sorry. Xelo actually finds one. This is starting to look like a little bit of a defense, but the 5-7's coming in. Zelter holds down the spray. And at the end of the day, Guns, they make it a 7. So they do bring it back to a tie. Now the question is, as we're going to be seeing the first buy round. Actually, that was a little bit of a force on that one. So they're not going to have that much money. To be honest, it's every time I see money like this, I'd want to go for the argument that you can go for MP9s and FAMASs, but to be honest, it's just a ridiculous risk. So don't do it. We are going to be waiting for one more round for that buy to happen. Bomb will be picked back up. Easy will be dropping it towards the T side. Out. So what am I looking at again? Sobol. That is the easiest kill in his life. Well, Xelo coming out with a double, triple Mac 10. So that's a lot of cash being farmed already. Not entirely sure what I was looking at that point. You can't even... I'm not entirely sure what he's even spotting from that angle. I do understand there's that little catwalk spot that you can actually go for, but you always have to be careful of mate. So it is what it is. That is the molly being spent for the vents. B side will be the one that they're gonna go for. The bomb will be planted. Meanwhile, every single other player will be just holding down. No taps coming in. It's gonna be easy to find a kill on the friend. 8 rounds on the board and a round lead, and I have to say the T side, of course, these are easier rounds. Now that we are going to be hopping into the first actual buy round, this is getting into that point where, yes, Enterprise, they have enough rounds to fend off even if they lose this one, but Guns, they're getting into that comfortable spot. So if they win and they take care of this gun round, I have to say they're going to feel like they're over the moon, knowing that they are going to be having a bad economy after this one. This could be where they break them. Meanwhile, Enterprise, the same goes for them. They win this one. It's not that much of money left towards Guns. They can actually go for one more buy, but after that, we might be seeing a little bit of easier rounds in front of them. And Enterprise, they're not that far away from 10. Of course, 3 rounds to fend off with. To battle for to make that happen. Yellow leading the charge towards the lower already. That's going to be one player holding it. I have to say that was a crosshair perfect peek. Never seen anything like that, friend. From his screen, it's just gonna look like a pixel, nothing else. That's gonna be the second kill, Xelo. These entries are on point. I have to say the CT side on this game is just ridiculously horrible, but these T side executions at the moment, especially with these entry frags, they definitely have done their homework on Nuke. Even dropping one of the players from the backlines, that is going to be so many weapons lost. And, oh, even challenging for that weapon, Kalian. He's just going to keep up the pressure. Just look at this. Easy. Hunts down one. And Sabol, at this moment, I'm not even entirely sure why you want to save that one weapon. Yes, if they buy into this one, it's going to be one rifle more, but... God. This really one tits up for them. That's an extra AK on the floor. He's not going to go for it. Okay. I think it landed right in front of him. That's an AK. Go for it, brother. There it is. At least... Ah, yeah, he shot it to the other side. Yeah, my bad. Okay. Other side of that fence. Didn't see it. I thought it fell right in front of him. That is a little bit of an underwhelming start, especially from Euromapic. 2 rounds. Lead goes for the enemy team. And just looking at their economy at the moment, it's gonna look great, especially if they take care of this round. That's where the problems really start to fan in. That's gonna be 10 for Guns. But Friend starts off this round with a very good kill on the Kalian. Tries to keep it up. Meanwhile, everybody else pushed out towards Secret. And this seems to be a B play. Friend has the right corner again. He's just gonna go for the jump peaks. Spots one of the players. That's gotta be the smoke to try to cover off the push. It's on the underside of that B side, but from Vents, wait a minute, Buy Me and Friend, they get some very nice kills here. And this is the 5-7 finally activating. They're even hunting them down. Easy, just trying to get away from that corner. The AK stepping into the duel. Gets that first kill. Gets damaged by that nade, but he's still alive. Now the question is what they can do with a round like this. Especially losing a player so early towards that hot push. Jump peak still working out. Enterprise, a good round for them. Perfect timing in that catch too. Buy Me. Easy kill onto easy. No pun intended. And so there. Straight into the jaws of Buy Me. To make this a triple kill round. Not a bad way to shut it down. Hat trick to make the Patrick. Huh? Hello? That could have been the 10th round for Guns. Getting kind of bamboozled on their own start. That's going to be utility used. Of course, they get to buy in again. They're not going to have the full utility. It's even going to be a Galil for Killian. The question is, does it impact anything in any impactful manner in a way? Good kill from Demo. Through the smoke actually takes down Killian. That's going to be a friend with the second kill. These kills are for free at the moment and through the smoke. Nobody's checking any of these spots. This is just a perfect setup. And it works out so well for Guns. Even getting tagged by that op, and I think this is the done. This is done. This round is just, yeah, friend. Beautiful peek. Even a nade after that. Even if he dodged that op shot, the nade would have taken care of him. And that is a tie from Enterprise. Are we going to see Anubis? That's the question. I haven't actually casted an Anubis game in a while. That would be welcome. Now it means that Enterprise, they can't melt down. They have to keep this up. After getting 13 to 6th on Mirage, I really want to show that they actually have something in the barrel. It's going to be the smoke, and Molly being used at the start. Meanwhile, just Glocks, just a full row of Glocks. They're going to be saving every single penny for the second round. And we almost saw a full take, but Fran controls it without USP. To be honest, it's a very good job from him. Triple kill with the USP, more than even the AK could have done. And here we go. These stats are looking a lot better, to be honest. They even have a better stat line at the moment than Guns. 19 to 10 for Buy Me. 15 to 8 for Sabal. And everybody else either close to that 1 KD. They're a little bit below it, but it's okay. Starting to activate right now. This could be the perfect timing for that as well. Meanwhile, looking at the Guns lineup. 8 to 15, 12 to 13, 12 to 14, 13 to 12, and 12 to 13. Only a player with 1+ at the moment. ADR. Getting a little bit close to that 100 from Selter. He has been very active throughout this round, but meanwhile, it's a similar story from the side of Enterprise. 95 for Buy Me. I was kind of looking for a little bit more damage in the enemy team, but hey, it is what it is. We are at the right place. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Trying to talk a little bit less nowadays, but we're still here. Early kill from Easy. That's going to be the way to open it up. So ball goes down. Guns. Could they actually pull this to a 10? Outside of control, and a lot of it. Tenier in a beautiful spot at the moment. To be honest, if they play just a couple of seconds from here, Just hold it. This could be the perfect way to try to go for a setup. He will be pushing in a little bit closer towards that CT setup by me. Could be the one to execute at the perfect timing from the window, but no. Denier navigates throughout this hold so well. Getting actually spotted out by me. Will be using that equipment. And he doesn't know that Heaven has already been lost. Demho will be activating throughout the main. This is a beautiful round already from Guns. 50 seconds left. Denier actually finds the kill on the exist. This is where it starts. That's going to be the one defending kill coming out to Demho, but easy. Gets the trade. That's going to be Kalian with the kill on to Demho. And Friend left in between everybody. Gets that one shot on the easy to actually make this a doable round in a way. But the bomb will be rotated towards the lower side. Wait a minute. They're actually going to go for the B side, A side play. Yet Friend left field a little bit of a chance here. 20 seconds. Doesn't quite catch the player, but he gets spotted. And as Xylo trots from the heavens, goes for the second pick. That will be the round for Guns, and that is 10 on the board. And for the CTs, well, with a couple of rounds that they have had already, look at the amount of money that they have. Even a loss bonus on top of it, that is great. They get to buy in. Of course, the op is going to be the expensive of the bunch. But looking at everybody else, they actually have enough money for the next round. As long as they save something, it is going to be a buy. And off we go. Niko Kovac. Falcons, that's going to be insane. Friend. First corner, if he's not careful, he's gotta be swung into. Of course, that's gonna happen. Denier. He has the spider sense of a god. Goes for the second pick here. That's gonna be Denier. Challenging towards the lower side. It's gonna be Sobol and Demho finding their counterpart kills. But Cielo is the second one in line to try to fake this. This could be the whole rotation coming on towards the B side. Everybody baiting into this one. Guns. The only thing they have to do is just play as much time as they can. Xylo actually gets that one kill. That's the second player down already and confirmed. And from outside, oh god, Sabol with the perfect timing. He actually finds the kill onto easy. Spots the player jumping into the main. And that's going to be the plant. Kalian. Is he ready for a player to swing in from heaven? That's at least a nade. Confirmation already out. Getting in towards the hut. And this is going to be a tough one. Wait a minute, nobody's watching. How did these plays work out so well? Finally, somebody reacts to it, and already on the bomb, it's done. Kalian, nothing he can do. Enterprise, they pulled their 11. Big oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. A very big oopsie. Off we go. Up to find that first shot. Outside. Denier. At the start gets dropped. That's going to be Celta with a lot of control towards Warehouse. This is a very one-sided play at the moment. He's not even going to be that concerned about the right side of it. Just making sure that nobody's on the immediate right angle. This will be Celter with so much control. He could actually be the way to open it up, but he's not quite ready for the main hold. So ball comes out with a double. And no! Is this it? Is this all the Guns have on Nuke? Of course, this is the enemy's pick. But I thought there was a little bit more life, especially with the push coming out. Spotted for hell, and that's going to be exist to drop off. Drop easy. And Kalian with the knife out again. I am not sure what is so important about the knife that it has to be pulled out every single round. Especially in a 1 versus X. Well, maybe that's for the coach to talk about it. Calls for an overtime. The only thing they need is 2 rounds. Meanwhile, for Enterprise, only a round could be enough to lock it in. This will be the full play. Most of the players actually pushing on towards the ramp. You see the rotation coming out of the CT side already. Tenier will be pushing in from Secret. And throughout the flames, they're just gonna try to go for it. I think Enterprise has it in the bag already with the double kill, but Tenier, he gets one to pull it. And from the vents, this will be him mauling down Hut. They have to be careful of the CT vent right there. This is by me. With a very good spot at the moment. Goes for the swing, a bullet to the face. It's gonna be done for him. Util will be used, but the problem is the damage. He gets dropped before he even actually gets inside the vent. And that's gonna be the bomb being dropped towards the lower side. Tenier is not even going to clear the dark spot. And I have a feeling we are going to be hopping into Anubis. It's been a while. But boys, we're gonna see it. A 1 versus 3. And Demho already crossed towards the side, and Enterprise, they bagged their own map. And we are hopping into Anubis. So, this is gonna be an insane one. Actually, I don't know. I'm checking at the stats at the moment, trying to get some kind of information about it. So, Anubis is 33% with 15 maps for guns. So, to be honest, the more that we are getting into that third map, the worse it's going to look. Meanwhile, Enterprise, they have a 43% map win rate. With 21 maps. That's a lot of maps. So, congratulations on your own map win. We are still heading into the third map, which will be Anubis. Let's take a little bit of a break, check out what's about to happen over there. See you there. Welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time. We are hopping into round number 3, or map number 3, though. So this is going to be guns. Maybe reclaiming their victory after Nuke. And the same goes for Enterprise after showing a very good standing on their own map pick. Kind of giving them a little bit of a chance, but at the end of the day, doing a very good job. And the 9th round will be the one to decide who gets to start where. And it seems like Enterprise already, they have done a very good job. So they get to change and they get to decide where they want to actually start off here on Anubis. I was actually looking at the percentage before we hopped into this one. So Anubis, as it is 33% with 50 maps being played for GUN5. Meanwhile, looking at Enterprise's own stats, 43% with 21 maps. For GUN5, I was actually trying to peek into their stats just a little bit. CT side seems to be a little bit of a weaker one. T side is better for them. This is known. Anubis is just one of those maps where the T side is actually just the way to go. Meanwhile, Enterprise, the numbers are actually even better for them on the T side than on CT. But going against each other, I'm not entirely sure what to wait for this from this. Of course, Enterprise, they have a little bit of a better percentage with more maps being played. Meanwhile, Guns, they have a little bit of a questionable standing here with 33%. Just 1/3 of the games being won. That's going to be the entry from Xielo. Starting off the round with a bang. Friend gets dropped. And here we go. This is going to be the camera push towards the A side. Easy will be the first one in line to try to hold it off. Without X-rays, we can actually see what it looks like. This is going to be Dempo with the first kill. Gets traded at least. Xielo gets that kill, but it's going to be Exist with a quick kill. Now to Near. 1 versus... Well, this is actually a 3 versus 3, but it's been separated into multiple plays, especially with that bomb being brought back in. They read this round very well at the moment. With the push coming in, that's going to be Killian. With the first kill, Sabol and Buy Me, they get their respectable trades. And Shelter has been left in 1 versus 2. From long, he has to go for this angle, tries to scale in to take that main pick. But it's going to be Sabol with the perfect timing. Aggression works out for him. Enterprise, they find their first. It's going to be a tech pass. Something going on in the server, so we're just going to wait for them to get rid of that. And I have to say, so far, Enterprise, especially after that momentum from Nuke, anything is possible. Up we go. So, that's going to be the early utility being used. Nade very deep inside that smoke. Nice catch coming out of that 5-7. It's going to be Selter, at least to get the kill on the Buy Me. Sabol and Buy Me. Both of the players getting out with their own kills. It's going to be killing in. We bring it back to a 3 versus 3. Doable now. Nice catch coming out of these Deagles. Easy with some very snappy kills. Drops down Friend and Demho. And it's going to be the Mac-10. And there it is. Exist only gets those 2. But Easy does. Pull it back. With 1 player. A bit of a chaotic round in a way. But the force buy works from the side of Guns. And that will be Enterprise. Already with a round converted. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there at the start. The nade was good. But guns. Perfect timing on those picks. And we are hopping into more. Looking at that crosshair. Interesting ball right in front of our screen at the moment. Demo. Selection is on point. And this will be just a little bit of a slower round. With a couple of pistols here. Pushing in towards the A main. That's going to be the Galil actually. Trying to go for that first pick. Not be the one to try to sell it though. The corner was good, but damage gets exchanged. This could be them actually thinking that these might be only weapons that they're playing against. That first pick comes out. Well, I'm not entirely sure what Xielo is doing at the moment, but Damaho, that is supposed to be an easy kill for him. Not entirely sure why he went for that. So, MP9 being picked up. B side already been alert, and they have no idea that the real push is coming over here. Only with a player from Quad, and this is going to be a tough spot for Kalian. Off they go, spotting one of the players towards the Quad. That's going to be the kill from Zabal to drop down. The last holder. At least they get a backstab kill on to Demo. But so far the round is looking very good for Enterprise. After losing their round, after that pistol win, already fighting for round number 3. That's the utility being used in the Molotov to try to fend it off. Pop flash. Good one. From the cross, they're already pushing on to the side. Oh, friend, he's never been this blind before. Already to jump on top of the side. This is starting to work out a little bit better, but the problem is that the time is starting to run out. They don't have it. It's done. Enterprise, by default, they win it. Boom goes the bomb, and guns, they need to save these weapons for the next one. At least they tried with the retake, but that's a bit of a fumble. The first kill, Xielo just running in towards main, knowing that it's been held off. And that's a very sloppy way of trying to hold it back. Or pull it back. We're hopping into round number 4. Here we go. Early. That will be Cell there. Coming actually with a couple of kills here. Oh, it's gonna work out for him pretty well now. Enterprise just winning the round now, giving a couple of kills at the start. That's a little bit unfortunate. And this round just gets very quiet. Neither of the sides really doing much at the moment. This is just a stalemate right now. Kind of waiting for something to happen. Every now and then you get these tries. That's gotta be the catch coming out of by me to drop down easy. And they're getting a little bit closer to the side, but Nier is ready for this. And this seems to be done for the side of Enterprise. They are just going to be fighting for every single round, back and forward, again and again and again. Guns. They're actually bouncing back into this one. After a little bit of a fumble in the previous round. As long as they save the majority of these weapons, that's going to be okay.
Counter-terrorists win.
And here we go. Round number 5. And are we still gonna keep this up? It seems like Enterprise. Already going for that 1 AK. Double of them. Double it, put it forward. Off we go. Here we go. So, 1-to-1 trade. So, at least that they actually didn't drop a player so far. This will be Enterprise. Playing one of the slowest Counter-Strike we've seen in a while. Starting to be a little bit of a snooze fest. But behind the pillar, there is a full B-side stack. A great catch towards the line. That's going to be Tenier drop down. Killian gets the kill on to exist. Meanwhile, Easy drops down them and Bimey gets one of the trades, but it's going to be a screen from backside. How do you lose that situation? No, Selter. He gets the kill. That is a little bit of a fumble with that 5-7. Sorry, P250. And Bimey left in a 1 versus 2. That's a embarrassing way to actually go down. The bomb will be dropped towards that middle. And he's just trying to play a long con at the moment. If he could push in from the A main and try to challenge for this round. Meanwhile, for the side of guns, this could be the first time that they're chaining 2 rounds in together. 2 rounds together could be the way to go. Enterprise, they really want to battle for this round, but the problem is the time is over. It's done. No more time. That is the 3rd round. And we are heading into round number 6 with 1 saved AK. And just looking at the economy from the side of Enterprise, they lost everything. Everything except that 1 AK, not even a bomb plant. Nothing to try to fend this current round. So it's just going to be that 1 AK, that hero AK. Maybe trying to go for those peaks. Meanwhile, everybody else, they just get to hold. And off we go. Here we are. Off to a new round. And that will be a spot coming in. Tenier dropping down that smoke at the start. And here we go. On the back lines. That's gonna be damn hard, at least spawning one of the players. Not really giving the gist yet. It is going to be a B-side execution. Killian should spot from this angle that there's a play coming in. I'm not entirely sure why he goes for the aggression. This is definitely going to be a double-side hold. Killian. Yeah, he gets a kill, but the problem is he gets straight by a Glock. B-side with a player less. This is just going to be them gaining more weaponry at the moment. This is exactly what they wanted. One more extra gun. Through the smoke, Cielo actually finds that kill. And it will be Selter trying to hold down that middle hole, but of course it's going to be the drop weapon to trade him. And Killian, well, he's the one sponsoring the weaponry for the T side, so 15 seconds left. They could actually go for the plant, but there is a player towards the A main. That's the problem. From middle, a hold coming in. Oh, if they get that plant down, this is going to be a huge one. A fight coming on towards the side. It's been dropped in 1 versus 1, and already Xylo, they know exactly where he's playing from, and Demo could actually bring this back, but from the stairs, he goes for the swing. Again, it gets very close. A couple of fumbles from Guns, and we have seen the aggression. Sometimes it plays against them. They have to get a couple of these rounds under control. And here we go. Pigs coming out. Control Selter just taking a little bit damage at the start. Meanwhile, they're gaining some good control throughout this round. We see some of the T's getting a little bit closer from the A main. That's going to be the nade behind a pillar. Even trying to make sure that anybody on the other side of that smoke is going to be tested at least. But this is just Enterprise tipping their fingers in some of these pushes, not taking it that seriously. Just looking at this round. Enterprise doing a lot of damage at the start. Oh, that Molotov hits the smoke. It's a very expensive utility to be thrown away like that. And a slow play from middle. Meanwhile, Canals will be held by a double hold. Anybody who wants to go for an information over here, either to middle or Canals, it's got to be a problem, especially with the plays coming out of Guns. So far, so many rounds we have seen them trying to go for this early information place. Meanwhile, that's going to be the fake towards the A side. The real push is coming on towards the B side. Spotting one of the players on the cross. That will be the CTs chased out of their corners. Why are you turning your back against Tinir? What is happening by me? You have to be careful of Temple. What are you doing? That is the first kill needed. The hold coming out of easy to drop down Sabal. And now it's all going tits up. Killian coming out with his early kit trade. Oh god, this is going south so fast. Enterprise doing such a good job at the start with the first bit. I think that was by me. With his back turned against the enemy, knowing that temple is open. I'm not entirely sure how you make that mistake. You never turn your back against the enemy. I understand you want to be aware of the player pushing in from middle, even though there wasn't any pushes, but you don't do it in a way of giving them an absolute clear rear to, or just a clear view to your rear end. You need to get that in control. These are the mistakes that we are talking about from these two teams. Guns maybe being a little bit too aggressive at the wrong timings. Enterprise, well, just looking at the wrong ways. We actually had this from Guns on Nuke. A couple of funky mistakes here and there. At least through the smoke, Demho will be finding that first kill. It will be the AK. Going full ballistic, can't barely even see anything. Gets the second kill, Cielo. He gains the control, but Zeller close to that smoke, fully blind. And on the other side of it, two players. Shelter. The only thing he has to do is just find that timing. Exist dropping onto the side. I think he made a little bit too much noise. He's being spotted. A shot coming out of Killian. Actually make it a 2. 6 on the board. This is a T-sided map. And after a very good contest with a couple of mistakes, Enterprise, the only thing they do is take 2. I want a new drum set. We're hopping in for more. Ah, brother. Utility being spent for mid. That's gonna be the smoke to defend. Anybody who wants to go against it. There might be a shower of nades in about a second. That's gonna be Friend with a kill on the Xielo. Early kills, Xielo. Aggression from A main again will be the one. The way for Enterprise to get in. The full execution coming in. This is them actually going for demo. Gets that kill before the smoke even blooms. It's a very good entry by me. Even spots the push coming out of B main, and this could be just a save for guns. Another round for Enterprise. Unless they want to go for the almost impossible retake.
Bomb has been planted.
Already. Trying to hunt down these last few weapons.
Terrorists win.
Off we go. Off to a new one. Utility spam at the start. Anybody who wants to go for the first peek out of that main, they're gonna be bombarded with lots of grenades. Not a good time. This will be Tenier, just making sure. Actually, with a lot of control from CT already from the cross. They're not even actually getting challenged, but through that smoke, Xielo. Crosshair position is perfect for that spray. That it will be Sabal to actually drop down to near. He had a little bit of control from Canals, but gets taken down. That's going to be the nade to try to push in from cameras and through the smoke. Oh, the timing could be perfect. It is. Kallian, they gain back A-side control. Enterprise, it takes them forever to actually go for the A-side push. How much control do you need to push into the site? And this is just a bit of a fumble. Guns, they pull it back. Okay, the problem is at the moment that they have so many players off to A-side at the moment. Nobody's actually holding down B. Finally, they get that rotation off. And this could be Enterprise just drawing one of the best looking rounds away. But they still have a chance to fight for this one. It's going to be a bomb going down by the pillar. And utility being spent, but Friend finding his own fight, getting a little bit tagged here. Has to be a little bit careful. Two players low. That's going to be Sabal and Friend only by me with some kind of a HP to play. Enterprise. Is this actually going to happen? Spotting the player towards the quad as well. The only thing Xielo has to do is just hold it. That is going to be a very nice kill coming out of Bimey to bring it back. Even the second one again, Selter. Back turns against them. And a 2 versus 3. Enterprise, somehow they win this round. Wait a minute. Is this... No. Oh, he didn't find a bomb. That could have been the defuse. He didn't find a bomb. Thank God. The bomb goes off, Enterprise. It is kaput for them. Kaput for guns. That could have been even a ninja defuse right in front of their eyes. No, no, no. So, off to a new one with a new buy. The round started off so well for Guns. This time around, it actually goes to the side of Enterprise. What is Easy even doing? That's a nice catch. Molotov for Temple, and I think this round is done. Guns absolutely getting surprised by that quick T-side. At least Xielo actually finds a weapon for himself. Even a utility for him if he wants to go for it. Another smoke to make sure. They're not even going to fight for that weapon. It doesn't matter. They want the round. Guns left with one more opportunity on the board to make this a 7. Enterprise to make this a 6. We have seen some very wild plays so far today. And I have to say, I'm a little bit confused with some of these rounds left on the border. That's Exist. Getting the drop on the Xielo. Kaboom goes the nade. And so does the bomb. 4 weapons saved for the next one, and this is going to be an easy round. Easy kill, easy buy for Enterprise. No problems at all. Meanwhile, for the side of Guns, well, you are seeing that FAMAS being bought in, and they're talking about the buy at the moment. It has to be MP9s with whatever they can actually pull from that store at the moment. And just looking at the weaponry, utility, everything is a little bit off at the moment. Even some head armor is just being left away. It doesn't matter. Against rifles, like AKs and that op, to be honest, you don't really need it, but it's just a sign of them having a little bit of a questionable buy. This will be Xielo. That's the right idea here. Pop flash on the smoke. Nobody's there to catch. It's a ball with mid control. Kalian has to be careful. He has the information. They have already breached the middle. Xielo low on HP. This is just them testing these smokes. If they find that lucky headshot, that's going to be the round done. And already a split coming on towards the A side. A push coming in from middle. Kalian actually comes out with you. That's a huge way of actually pulling it back. But the problem is the stairs hold doesn't work out for one. And finally, Kalian with a triple on this round already. This man is just farming stats at the moment, but Demho catches one from the cross, but the problem is they have a lurker. That's going to be the high flash and smokes. Everything being used at the moment from the side of the defender. Zelter, the only thing he has to wait is for his teammate. He's going to go for the middle play. And just look at where Tenier is playing from at the moment. And this will be Enterprise actually using this situation perfectly. They will pushing. They will be pushing from CT. The problem is if they make a single noise, a single step, that's going to be an issue. But Zelter, he has no idea that there's a player behind him, but he actually turns around at the perfect timing, gets that kill, drops the bomb, and Enterprise. Only if they went for the shot a little bit earlier, they dropped that round, and it's going to be Guns to bring it back home. Are you serious? A way to lose a round like that, of course. It goes tits up. Two kills, 10 deaths. The worst stats on the server, of course. Just looking at everybody else, they're close to that 10 point. Even a Guns Tenier having a little bit of a tough spot from that connector. Still with 5. Best damage on the server has been... It's Xielo with 1147. Catchy. 1001 for Sabal. 2 points away from that 999. Which is 666 if you turn it around. Yeah. Numbers. There's a little time for the teams to think about what's been happening. Guns starting off with 7 rounds here. Hopping into the second half. And of course, with the rounds being lower to the amount that they have been. It doesn't look that bad, but to be honest, this is a very good spot for Guns, especially if they win the pistol round. Enterprise left with their thumb and their mouths. Early kill for Tenier to take down care of Friend trying to go for that first step. Doesn't work out. Xielo comes out with the second kill behind a pillar. And this is just Guns absolutely taking control here. Zelter even actually finding a kill on the Demho. The Lien drops down, so ball from Tempo. That's going to be easy to drop down by me from long, and it's done. This is one of the one-sided pistol rounds that I've ever seen. Where are you from, Donut? I'm from Finland. You type it with the letter W, so it's Winland. That is a very one-sided round. Somebody's coping very hard, saying it's a CT-sided map. I feel sorry for you. At least you tried. You don't need a miracle, you need a Jesus for this to happen, especially with a B-side full stack. Ah, they go for the right spot. Guns with 8 on the board, finding a full A-side without a single soul into it. This is just going to be them planting that bomb, and it's going to be the round. Ja, give butsi, joo, kyllä mä Suomesta. Except, just, hello. Come on, man. Juu, Turku se. Toiset poli jokke. Kyllä mä täältä oon. Just ostin 350 setan, niin pitäis mennä ajelemaan tänään. But yeah, getting back into the game. Now will be Selter holding down that B-side push, and they will not be giving any of these weapons away because they know every single kill that comes out of that MAC-10 is just going to be a lot more money, and this is exactly what they're going to go for, but this time around it doesn't quite work out. Demho gets that first dink, even the second shot too. Zielo gets dropped, so... kiitoksia, kiva bussi. Ei mitään. Hyvä Suomesta. And this will be the bridge hold. Everybody gets taken down. And now it's done. Tenier finds the last kill. They lose a couple of weapons, but at the end of the day, they get the rounds. Doesn't matter. This will be the first buy. And now it gets very serious. Enterprise. Like I said before, 75 start isn't the worst way to start it off, especially if we win the pistol, but if you don't, you start 4 rounds down, and a 9-5 could convert into a 10-5, 11-5 very quickly if you lose this first buy round. Just look at the weaponry. It's not even going to be perfect. We don't see an op. We don't even actually see the full utility. And this is just going to be guns just harassing them directly into middle. No chill from the other side of this. Oh, A main actually push works out for a kill, but through the smoke they find friend. A 1-to-1 trade from middle. That spray only works for 1. It's going to be by me. Being traded by Kalian. And from A main, easy. If he finds the shot, I think that's the round. Oh god, A side opens up like a book at the moment. And that will be guns. The only thing they have to do is just set up, regroup, go for the push. Demho and Exist left. That's the sole 2 players trying to fend off this hold. Demho. Just a bullet to the face. Nothing else. Welcome to the server. Had a nice time playing. Have a good time getting back home. Exist. He's not even gonna entertain the idea of going for this retake. And guns with 10 on the board. Oh my boy. Oh lord, is it looking good. Yeah, I know, but why is man right it's a CT-sided map? Because he hasn't played the game. You can literally go to HLTV and check out the stats. It's very easy. Some people don't understand numbers. You need to cope. Yeah. It's been stabilizing a little bit, but it's still very heavily a T-sided map. I think this is actually one of those maps, if you want to fix it, you really need to rework a couple of spots. I do like the fact that you might have like a T-sided map every now and then, but the problem is the whole CS pool is just T-sided map with one maybe CT-sided map. And I think that the reason why those numbers get screwed heavily is because some of the teams that play it, they're very good on it. So they can actually win it on the CT side. Okay, sorry. Oh, you don't have to be. It's your money. I don't give a fuck. If you believe it's a CT-sided map, just bet for the CT side. I don't care. Go for it. It's your money. It's your life. Nobody cares. So, 1:35 left on the clock. And you can see the buy coming out of Enterprise. Well, it's not pretty. It's not looking good, boy. Especially with the full push towards the side already from the backhand. It's going to be Friend to try to catch one of the players inside the smoke. The timing is a little bit off, but if it waits, this could be great. The bomb will be planted in about a second, but no, he's actually gonna leave it. Selter finds the second kill on towards Exist. And this is the damage being done. I'm gonna say it's not looking great, but even through the smoke, Demho finds the back angle player from the air. It's gonna be Tenier with a kill. By me gets one, but the round is kaput. It's over. Zilch, nada. Nothing for Enterprise to play for. P9 is the only thing they get. Not even a great weapon to save. To be honest, they should go for maybe a kill here to try to trade that weapon. Oh, God. That is the worst timing ever for Selter. We have actually seen that before. And here we go. Caster in his prime. Actually, I'm 32. I'm starting to get fat. I need to run more. And here we go. 11 on the board. Just 2 rounds away for Guns to absolutely demolish this map. And this is where it starts to shine with those couple of rounds. Enterprise, they started off this map well. They got the pistol. They even got the round after the trade. And I have to say, the only thing they have to do is just keep that head cold, try to grind those rounds in. But no, it was Guns just giving them a firefight directly at the start. I have to say, looked very good for them. Mac 10 on the hunt. It's a full buy coming out of Enterprise. AK, M4, M4s. Plural. And if they're just gonna go for the B-side execution yet again, beautiful execution. That is just the trade of the century. Taking a little bit damage, but it doesn't matter. He was so ready for that angle. That's gonna be the second kill. Exist actually drops one from the side, but it's gotta be the burn to take care of one of the players. The ball brings it back to 3 versus 2, which is actually doable. They need to get that bomb down. Seems like Guns, they actually want to fight for... Oh god, perfect timing. Demho pushes into that fight, gets that kill, gets spotted. Tenier. But a very good understanding where this push is coming from. He's just playing it from the con. The only thing he has to actually do is just try to do as much damage as he can. The problem is there's a little bit of a loss bonus starting to go wind up into the side of Enterprise. Okay, friend gets warned at the start. 13 and 3 to 13. Not that many kills. And he really doesn't want to lift that death toll even more. Tenier just playing with his food at the moment, like a cat that's bored. That's got to be the molly in front of him. Oh, you can just see he wants to go for this one. That's going to be a 30-second mark on a clock. And if he sneaks into this one, this could be actually huge. There is a little bit of a possibility. I see a little bit of a hole here. Pushing out. The only thing he has to do is just look at that timing. Makes a little bit of a step. That's going to be Demho ready on the swing. Is he going to go for this one? Bates coming out behind the pillar. Oh, he gets bullied. Every single angle activates at the same time, and this time around it works for Enterprise. You did not win. So, off we go. Middle control, easy, finds that first pick. By me gets dropped. A beautiful shot from Exist. Beautiful timing on that swing as well. Goes for the main pick. And it seems like one of the players wasn't ready, but Tenier immediately with the trade. Selter gets that bomb down. This is where it gets a little bit tough now. La Granada, that's a little bit of damage. That's gonna be Demho with a couple of kills. He actually even threw the smoke, doing a very good job. Xelo, what the heck is going on? Gets the kill onto Demho, the double kill towards the B main. I'm not entirely sure how they were setting up, but that was a little bit off. What a way to pull it back with a triple. And that's a round for Guns. Enterprise. Oh, do they feel cheated? Oh boy. It's a little chance. A very good looking retake. A lot of work coming in from Demho too. Catching a couple of players through that smoke. And it amounts to absolutely nothing. Guns 12 on the board. I have to say GUN5 has been looking crispy so far. Meanwhile, it's got to be Enterprise. Well, welcome to the server, I guess. How you doing? Wanted to make sure that that first angle is clear. There's a op holding the pillar. Making sure that Tuk Tuk's grave is entirely open at the moment. Just holding that site. Anybody who wants to go for the deepest dive That's got to be the op to getting that first shot. Hopefully there's players actually holding down towards the pillar. That's got to be it. Even if they get the kill onto easy, that's a quick trade. Even a jumping shot coming out of yellow. Oh, he's going absolutely ballistic at the moment. He wants more. The aggression works for 3. And I have to say, Enterprise, they're starting to figure out what it looks like when you have a bad T-side on Anubis. A catch coming in from the double doors to near just absolutely executes the player. That's going to be Xilo with the last one, and it is done. Boy, oh boy, 13-6. And that's GUN's giving us one of the best-looking Anubis that we have seen in a while. Even at the start when Enterprise, they won the first round, they actually battled out for the second one. They just got demolished again, and again, and it leads to this. After not gaining a T-side that they were looking for, it just wasn't enough, and I have to say, boy, oh boy, do GUNs find themselves in the upper bracket, or actually on the grand finals. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure what happened over there. Yeah, sorry. GUNs, they find themselves on upper bracket finals against Sampi after winning their counterpart game, and they did a very good job, I have to say. So, it's not done for Enterprise. They're not out of the tournament yet. The only thing that happens is that they drop to the lower bracket, and I think that was against... I don't remember. That's interesting, isn't it? Let's actually open it up over here because that playoff flashed on the screen a little bit too quickly. So yeah, Enterprise, they actually dropped towards the lower bracket against Aurora Youngblood. And it seems like... No, sorry, Aurora Youngblood dropped towards the lower bracket against Eklot, and Enterprise, they're going to go against the Polish team Anonymous. So, from the lower bracket, we will be continuing from tomorrow, and yeah, it's done. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you had a good time. We are going to be ready with the cast for today. I was your caster and your host, and I will see you in a couple of days, because I'm going to take a couple of days off. So, have a good time. Bye-bye. See you in the future. Hopefully you're a good boy.